Oh, let me share the clap really loud so we can get started with the show. Louder! Hey, it's great to see everybody at the library. I brought a little water to cool everybody off on this hot day as we make a splash in the library. Try not to squirt any babies. A little bit of water. Oh, my goodness. Excuse me, sir. Working hard, that scout is. Working hard. Oh, my goodness. Excuse me. Make it grow, Dad. Make it grow. A little bit of water for everybody back over this way. Oh, and everybody up front, too. Oh, that's even more disgusting. Pardon me. Hey, is everybody happy? No, is everybody happy? If you're ready for a great time, say, I'm ready. I'm ready. You know what? They say a smile is just a frown turned upside down. We're going to turn our downside up. So everybody help me. Shake out your hands. Put one finger in the air. Turn to the person on your left side. That's that side. Tap them on the shoulder and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Be careful. Turn to the person on this side. Tap them and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Just remember there's a million things that you can do at the library. You can come on in all the way around that way. We have plenty of room on the floor over here. I need somebody to help you with a magic trick on stage. Would that be you, sir? Come on down right there. Clap loud for that young man as he comes this way. Oh, you got to clap louder than that. You might be next. Hello, hello. Stand right there. Smile. You're in show business. What is your name? Ethan. Everybody say howdy, Ethan. Ethan, I've got two handkerchiefs, a yellow one and a red one. We're going to tie them together, Ethan, with a good knot. That's the best way to tie things is with a knot. Does that look like a pretty good knot, Ethan? I tell you what, you hold on to those two handkerchiefs. Perfect. And I'll get out my super summer, where did I put them? So, sunglasses. Here they are. What do you think, everybody? They're perfect for making a splash at the library. You don't have to worry about breaking them. That's for sure. On the count of three, you say go, and Ethan and I are going to do a cool trick with those sunglasses and those handkerchiefs. Ethan, hold them tight. Here we go. On the count of three, say go. 1, 2, 3, go. Just remember, there's a million things that you can learn to do. Whoa. The library. Ethan, did it work? I think it did. Look, 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 look. Whoa. How about a hand for Ethan? Turn around, Ethan. Turn around. Ladies and gentlemen, the next American Idol. Take a bow, Ethan. He's humble too. Clap loud for my friend Ethan. He did a great job. Thank you, buddy. Hey, welcome, Mom and Dad. Welcome, grandmothers and grandfathers, to the show. We're so glad that you're here today. Before we go any further, and before we do anything else, we need to make sure we're all ready to start as a group. So everybody, shake out your hands. This includes the grown-ups back there in the cheap seats. Just shake out your hands. Put your hands right in front of you. Good, good, good. Lower your hands a little higher. Put them right in front of you. I'm sorry. Some of the humor's for the grown-ups. But obviously that's no good either. You keep your hands like that. I'm going to put my hands like this. Now when my hands cross, right in the middle, when you see my two hands pass in front of one another like that, at that precise moment in time, I need you to bring your two hands together like this and make a clapping sound. Let's try it. So my hands cross once, you clap once. My hands cross twice, you clap twice. My hands don't cross, you don't clap. You got it. Cooperation. Big word. Needs to work together. Let's try it. Ready, set. That was okay your first time, but some of you were a little bit early. Lots of you were a little bit late. And some of the grown-ups were going like this. But I'm not pointing any fingers at those ladies over there. Hello, ladies over there. Let's try it. Hands up. Get ready, get set. With my hands crossed, your hands clap. Ready, set. Oh, but don't clap unless my hands cross, okay? Remember, wait till my hands cross and you clap. Let's try it. All together. Ready, set. More than once. Follow me. Good. Better. Uh-huh. I wasn't dancing, was I? That won't happen again. This time, fast or slow, you follow me. Hey, I've got an idea. Let's do it in slow motion. Are you ready? Slow motion. A little faster. Bad, better, good. Notice how it sounds when we work together. I didn't stop yet. Some of the grown-ups didn't start yet. They're just staring at me. You can do it, sir. Thank you, thank you. Faster, thank you. You're beautiful. Thank you so much. Welcome to our show. Be sure that you laugh and clap while you're at the show today. Please do not wait till you go home to laugh and clap. It'll be too late. You'll be sitting at home later this afternoon, eating your afternoon snack. And all of a sudden you'll think back to the library in LaVergne, and you didn't clap while you were at the show, and you didn't laugh while you were at the show. So right there at your table, you might start going, your mom will think you are loony. You know what? Your mom already thinks you're loony. But we are glad that you're here today. Be sure you laugh and clap. I brought the newspaper with me today, and I was going to read you something out of the newspaper, but I can't find the right piece. Oh, here it is. I got it. Here it is right here. It says, it was about the show. Miss Lorna, did you see this in the paper? I was in the paper about the show. I'm famous. I'm a legend in my own mind. It says, that's not it. Just a minute. Oh, here it is. Here it is right here. About the show today. It's, that's not it. Just a minute. I must have grabbed the wrong piece. Oh, here it is. It says, that's not it. That's the weather. It says, today in LaVergne, Tennessee, that's where we are, it might rain. It might rain so hard, it could rain cats and dogs. I've never heard of such a thing. Ma'am, have you ever heard of such a thing? It says if it rains cats and dogs, be careful when you leave. You might step in a poodle. A puddle. We're going to have to ask a grown-up for a date on that joke. Let's see. You know what? I must have grabbed the wrong... This is very embarrassing, everybody. I must have grabbed the wrong pieces of paper. I know I put that paper in here somewhere. Would you help me fix this mess? On the count of three, would you say Shazam? 1, 2, 3, Shazam! We'll just start over. That might be a lot better. Oh, now you can clap real loud. Oh, wait. Come on. I know what you're saying. You're saying, better than I thought he was going to be. Let's see. Oh, here it is right here. It says, today at LaVergne, the public library, that's where we are, we're going to have a wonderful show starring the beautiful, starring the talented, gorgeous, good-looking Miss Lorna. Hey! Oh, it's the pink hair, I think. You know what, Miss Lorna, we do want to thank Miss Lorna. She's been working hard all summer to see that you have a great time and all free at the library. I think we should clap loud for Miss Lorna right now. Thank you, Miss Lorna. You know what? She's here to help you learn. The more you read, the more you know, and the more you know, the smarter you grow. Oh, I almost forgot to show you my favorite trick of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Watch closely. Watch. 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 I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Ta-da! It's my watch. It was a joke. You didn't think it was funny? No, Mr. Scott, you just took it off your wrist. Ha ha ha. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time for me to share with you one of my favorite stories. It's sort of like a fairy tale, but it's for grown-ups, too. Once upon a time, there was a king, and everyone loved the king because he always made the right decisions. The king always knew just exactly what to do. One day, the king made a decree. That's like a law. That anytime his subjects met one another, they had to share something. And way back in those days, what the people had to share were called warm fuzzies. You see, way back then, at birth, every person was given a very special magic bag. And whenever they they wished they could reach inside their magic bag and pull out a warm fuzzy. While you might be walking down the street when a total stranger came up to you and said, "You want a warm fuzzy?" And when you said, "Uh-huh," he'd reach inside his bag and pull out a small, round, yellow fuzzy, just about the size of a little girl's hand. But when it saw the light of day, it would bloom and blossom and grow into a large, round, shaggy, warm fuzzy. And as long as when you got it, if you gave it, you'd always get it. You got it? Good. It goes like this. Warm fuzzies are the things we do. Give one, and it would turn to two. Watch. When you are nice to someone, watch. Along your way, watch. The things you do for others. Treat them like they're your brothers. Makes this another fuzzy day. Watch, watch, watch. Everybody. I forgot to tell you about her, the mean, miserable hag. She was so mean and miserable, she was not even allowed to live in the land. She was so mean and miserable, the only thing that made her happy was seeing everyone else mean and miserable too. So the mean, miserable hag made up a mean, miserable lie about the warm fuzzies.
Don't you know if you keep giving away your warm fuzzies, you're going to run out?
I will?
And so will everyone else. Then what will you do?
You mean someday I might reach inside my small, soft, fluffy magic bag and there wouldn't be any warm fuzzies left? At all! That's so sad!
That's it! And once you run out, you won't have any more. So there!
Ew. We're back to our grown-up part. People throughout the land became very careful about giving away their warm fuzzies, even though there was a warm fuzzy every time they reached into their bag. They reached into their bags less and less and less. Soon the people throughout the kingdom noticed a lack of warm fuzzies. They thought perhaps that hag's lie was true. Perhaps there was a shortage. But the king said they had to share something. So the hag came back and sold everybody one of these. They looked like fuzzies at first, but they weren't warm. They were cold. And they weren't soft or fuzzy either. They were hard and they were sharp at the corners. They weren't warm fuzzies at all. They were cold pricklies. And nobody liked pricklies because they're cold and they hurt people. Why, everyone made a big deal whenever they gave away a warm fuzzy. Look at me. But they usually gave a cold prickly instead. Well, the wise king knew he better do something before the warm fuzzies disappeared altogether. So the wise king once again came and called his people all together. And he made yet another royal decree. People of the land and citizens of our schools, something wonderful has happened to the warm fuzzies. Now, every time you give one away, it will become two. One to give and one to keep. So if you want to have a lot of warm fuzzies, give away a lot of warm fuzzies. One brave kid tried it, and he found it worked. Whenever he gave his fuzzy to someone else, he still had it. One to give and one to keep. He could give his warm fuzzy away to anyone, anytime, anywhere, and he always had plenty for himself. That's because he did as the king said. And like the king said in my story, just like at your school, at home, just like on my scroll, warm fuzzies are still around today. You can't see them anymore, but you can feel them. When you do the dishes for your mama without being asked, or take out the trash for your dad, or help a friend or a teacher or a neighbor, whenever you give yourself to help someone else, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. Would you help me with this? Come quickly. And when that fuzzy snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, hello, would you stand right there for me? When it snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, they feel warm and fuzzy all over. You know what? So will you. What is your name? Would you hold this two fuzzies for me? Squeeze them tight, comfort. Both hands. Stand right here. Perfect. Everybody say please. And thank you. Open up slowly. did you do that? Yeah, see. Wow. Hey, you know what? Cold pricklies are still around too, though. When a prickly lands on you, sometimes it hurts all the way inside. And sometimes you feel lonely or embarrassed or angry or confused. Sometimes you just want to cry. Now, there is no law, no man's law anymore that says you have to give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies to anybody. But I'll let you in a little secret. You do and I do, we all do, young and old, short or tall, big or small, all of us, each and every one, give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies every day to everyone we ever meet by the words of our mouth and the attitudes of our heart. I'll let you in on another secret. That wise old king, he never did anything special to the fuzzies. He didn't have to, because he knows that love has a magic all its own, and the more you give, the more you receive. How about a hand for that? Wow! Look at them all. Look. A baby. It's a little warm fuzzy. It's a big warm fuzzy. Regular. Super size. Jared before Subway. Jared after Subway. It's a pretty rich Jared. Hey, well, you know what? Whenever I share that warm fuzzy story with boys and girls and moms and dads, they always ask me after the show, Mr. Scott, may I please have a warm fuzzy? Now, depending on where you're from, you might ask that question in different ways. I get to travel all over this great country of ours, and you know we have so many different kinds of people in our great country. When I'm in the South, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, even in the northern part of the state of Florida, where I live, people in those areas have little accents in their voice. Maybe you heard this. Maybe you have this. It sounds a little bit like this. Excuse me. Excuse me. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, I was wondering something. May I please have a warm fuzzy? I love that. Not long ago, I was in a place called New York, the state of New York, and they have a place called Long Island. And there's kids on Long Island. I was there, yeah? Are you from there? I spent a whole week there one night. Yeah. No, I was on Long Island, and the kids, they have accents on Long Island too, don't they? And on Long Island, when they asked me that question, it sounded like this. Hey! Yo! Mr. Scott, can I have a Nerf ball? No matter how you ask the question, though, the answer will be all the same. Whether you're from the south, or the north, or out west, my answer is always the same. No, I can't give these away. I have to use these for my next show later this week in a place called Boca Raton, Florida. Well, you know what? The kids everywhere, moms and dads everywhere, need to remember something, and I do too. But I teach my kids this, that warm fuzzies aren't things you can keep in your hand. You can't keep a warm fuzzy in your pocket, a box, a bucket, or a bag. That's just a story. Real warm fuzzies are respect and goodness kept in your heart. And when you share respect, goodness, and love with those around you, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. And a real warm fuzzy beats a Nerf ball any day. How about a hand for that? Hey, you know what? Speaking of warm fuzzies and hands, I need somebody to help me with a special magic trick on stage. So put your hand up high and a smile on your face if you'd like to help. Oh my goodness, these are lots of smiles. Look at all these smiles. I see a young lady right down front in the purple. Would you help me, ma'am? Come on down, clap loud for her as she comes this way. Oh, give her a big round of applause. Hello, stand right here. What is your name? Amber. Everybody say howdy, Amber. Nice to meet you, Amber. Thanks for coming today. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you being here. Ooh! I kissed my own hand. That's disgusting. Amber, how old are you? You're 8 years old. What grade will you be in when school starts? 4th grade. You're going to love 4th grade. I spent the best 3 years of my life in 4th grade. It was fantastic. That's not funny, ma'am. I'm still in therapy. Now, Amber, stand right over here for me. Amber going to be in 4th grade. Also, I have a daughter that's going to be in 4th grade, one that's going to be in 6th grade, and a couple more little ones that aren't in school yet. And Amber, where do you go to school? You're going to a new school next year? Wonderful. Well, you know what? I know at school we can make all sorts of great things. In the library this summer, we are making great memories, reading all about the sea, making a splash, and I hope you've been diving into some books. So I brought some tissue paper to make something with. You know what the word origami is? Yeah, that's when you take a piece of paper, you fold it, and you make something. It's the Japanese art of paper folding called origami. And we're going to make something out of this tissue paper. Have you ever gotten a present wrapped in tissue paper like this? For your birthday in a bag? You know what I'm talking about, right? That means they're in a hurry, but they still love you. You know it's true. 2 pieces of tissue paper. One is yellow and green, and one is black. If I have 2 pieces and rip them in half, that makes 4 pieces. Very good. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Wonderful. Wave your pieces of paper in the air like I'm doing. Very nice. And a loud voice for everyone to hear you, Amber. Say, I am the amazing Amber. Perfect. Try this. I will now perform magic and sleight of hand. And perfect professional polished pro kids prestidigitation. Never mind, I got carried away, sorry. Put your 2 pieces of paper together, Amber. Hold them at the top. That's the bottom. I'm messing with you, sweet pea, I'm sorry. I'm just teasing you. Tear them in half right down the middle for me, Amber. Just tear them. As best you can, you tear them when I say go. Ready? Set. Are you sure you're not homeschooled? I tell you what, I'm going to tear mine. Tear mine again. I homeschool my kids. Tear them again. Actually, my wife does. I'm the principal. Tear them again. Tear it one more time. Hey-ya! You are the Karate Kid. You know what you made? All the moms know. We made a mess. All the dads are going, who's going to clean that up? That sums up marriage right there. Now, we're going to recycle this mess. Amber, hold on to all those pieces. We're going to recycle them. We're going to make something out of them. But first, we're going to need a magic word. Who has a magic word for me? Do you have one? Yes. Have a banana. That's a good one. Do you have one? Just a minute. Have a banana? What did you say? Oh, abracadabra. I thought she said have a banana. No, thank you, sweet pea. I already had a banana for breakfast, lunch, and apparently dinner. That's no ordinary banana, Amber. That's my top secret experimental from 3 Mile Island and NASA banana. It's my iBanana 4.0. It's ringing. I'll answer it. Yellow. Hang tight, grown-ups. These are about to get a lot worse. See if you can catch all 9 of them. Who is this? Really? It's Bob Dole. Hey, Bob. Really? He said he thinks my act has appeal. Hey, Bob. Thanks a bunch. What? Really? He's going to put my Nana on the phone. Hi, Nana. Everybody say, hi, Nana. Hi, Nana. No, LaVergne. No, Shirley is not here. That was the little Chiquitas. Listen, Nana, I'm in the middle of a show. This is getting rotten. I got to split. No, man, the kids don't get the puns, and the grown-ups are looking at me like I'm a fruit. Bye, Nana. Everybody say, bye, Nana. Bye. That woman drives me bananas. Everybody help. Put your fingers in there like this and wiggle. Don't point at me. I'll turn into a banana. Point her to Amber and those papers and say, have a banana. Say abracadabra. Say hocus pocus. Bow-legged locust. Fish bones choke us. And the best of all, please and thank you. Amber, blow on the pieces of paper. Let's see what happens. You know what? When we don't give in, Amber, we don't give up. We don't lose our head. We stop and think instead. Sometimes amazing things happen. And Amber, this summer, we're learning about diving into books, making a splash at our library. And the more you read, the more you know. And the more you know, the smarter you grow. And as you read, you can do all sorts of amazing things, even magic tricks. Amber, we have made something perfect for you to go to the splash park with. A beautiful hat for a beautiful young lady named Amber. Give her a big round of applause. How did you do that, Amber? Amber, come here for a minute. Is your mama here? Where's your mama? Ooh, way back there in the cheap seats. Hello, Mama. Is that Dad? Yes? Yep. She says yes, you say no. This is not Judge Judy, my friends. Dad, can she have this paper? He said you could have it. Put that paper hat on your dresser when you go to bed tonight. When you wake up in the morning, $1 will be under it. Just tell him I said that later. Clap loud for Amber. Thanks, Mom, for the buck. Hey, Amber, don't wear it to the splash park. It'll turn your hair green and yellow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, back by popular demand, my favorite trick of all time. Watch closely. Nothing up my sleeves except my little arms, which were birthday presents from my mama. Watch. I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Da-da! What? Wait a minute. I already showed you that? You already saw that trick? I already did that? I'm starting to repeat myself. Never mind. You still didn't think it was funny, did you? Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time to bring somebody out that's been surfing at the library all summer long. His name is Elroy the Raccoon. He's back here behind this stage, and if you clap real loud, I'll bring him out to see us, but you gotta clap. Come on, Elroy. Where are we going? We're going out this way. Come on. Oh, you gotta clap louder than that. Come on, Elroy. Where are we going? We're going out this way. Come on, they're clapping for you. Wow! No, kids. Yep, they're all here, ladies and gentlemen. This is my friend Elroy T. Raccoon. The T stands for Tennessee. That's where I'm from. He's from East Tennessee, a little town called Maryville. Straighten up, look your best. He came today to be with us. Elroy, settle down. Straighten up. Hey, chill out. What are you doing, Elroy? I'm chilling. Or what are you doing? I'm playing possum. Elroy, you're not a possum. You're a raccoon and you're a puppet. I'm a what? You're a puppet. You're made out of rubber and fur. I'm not even a ventriloquist, Elroy. I'm just a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I'm a puppeteer. I love Three Musketeers. No, I didn't say I was a three, but are you light and fluffy in the middle? Elroy, stop. I didn't used to be. I didn't say I'm a Three Musketeer. I said I'm a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I am your mouthpiece. You're my mouthpiece? Yes. You're my big mouth, Elroy. Straighten up. I wanted you to come today to LaVergne. We're back at the library. Stop. Must be looking at the fish. Ricola. Elroy, turn around. What are you doing, Elroy? What are you doing? Don't do it. Elroy, stop staring. Elroy. Hey, baby, what's happening? Elroy! Excuse me, young lady. I apologize for that, Elroy. Elroy. My little chiquita. Elroy. My little babushka. Elroy. Will you be my Valentine? Elroy. Valentine's Day is over. Now straighten up. I wanted you to come today. You been in the Elroy. Mr. Scott, we're at the library. What? Excuse me, sir. We're at the library. We're lying about berries? No. Library. We're gonna go lie down in the berries? No, Elroy. Library, it's where you read. Oh, I love to read. Yes, and you've been at the library reading? I have been reading. What kind of books have you been reading? Joke books. You've been reading joke books. Yes, I have. That's wonderful. Tell us a joke from one of the joke books. Do you remember one? I remember several. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? May I? May I who? May I kiss you? Elroy! There is no kissing during the... Oh, that just got me! I've been kissed by a raccoon! I've been kissed by a people. Elroy. Listen, Elroy, maybe you have another joke you could tell us. I have another joke to tell us. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Cargo. Cargo who? Cargo beep beep. Meow. That's the joke? Uh-huh. Cargo beep beep. Meow. Yeah. Cars are not going to beep beep. Meow in LaVergne. They don't? No. What do? They go beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. How do you know? The police told me on the way to the show. Straighten up. Listen. Elroy, Mr. Scott, yes, maybe you have another joke for us. Knock, knock. Who's there? Olive. Olive who? I love you, baby. Elroy! You know what, Elroy? When was the last time you were in the library? Today. Yes, but yesterday at the library, remember? Yeah, we were at the library yesterday. And what happened to you while you were in the library? You were running. I was running. And you shouldn't have been running. No, I shouldn't have been running. What happened because you were running? I slipped and fell. You slipped and fell. Why did you slip and fall? Because you were running? No. Why did you slip and fall? Because I was in the non-friction section. That's a librarian joke. Straighten up. Listen. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. I can tell you're not real. You got your surfing shirt on, though. You got that at the beach? No, I did not get this at the beach. This is Build-A-Bear brand. Elroy. Maybe you could tell us another joke. I have another joke. Go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Let us who? Let us get married. Elroy. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. No, you're not real. As a matter of fact, you're made out of rubber and fur. Because you're made out of rubber and fur, I can take your arm like this. And I could twist it. You won't be able to feel it because you're not real. So I can twist it once. Can't feel it. Twice. Can't feel it. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Ah! It's the big one, Elizabeth. It's the big one. Wrong show. Elroy. Maybe we should do the trick where you float in the air. Right? What? You know, the trick where you float in the air. You're not Chris Angel. Elroy, now come on. He thinks he is. Elroy, we're going to lay you down right here on my leg. That does not look safe. It's all right. Do I need my helmet? No, you don't need a helmet. Mr. Scott, yes. You said you're from Florida? Yes, I am from Florida. Your leg looks like it's from Canada. Elroy. You need a tan. Elroy. White boy. Elroy. Just relax. Look into my eyes. You got something in your nose. Elroy. You will now become lighter than air. Had breakfast at Taco Bell. Elroy. I ran for the border. Elroy. I got the chalupa. Elroy. Now come on. Where's the boat? Elroy. Where the boat leaves from goes that ground. Elroy. Ladies and germs. Elroy. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gerbils. Elroy. It's girls. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and squirrels. Elroy. The art of raccoon flotation. Do not use this puppet as a flotation device. In case of emergency, I will be unarmed. Elroy. Now come on. Ladies and gentlemen, Elroy the raccoon will now rise like a biscuit. You will now rise. The great art of levitation. Rise. It's working. Rise. Rise. No strings. No wires. That's amazing. That's ridiculous. Elroy, you ruined my trick. How about I have for my friend Elroy the raccoon? He did a great job. Everybody say bye, Elroy. Bye, Elroy. No, you don't say bye to yourself. You say bye to my friends. My friends named Elroy. What are you doing, Elroy? I have a message. For who? For Miss Lorna, our librarian? Let me go tell her. No, Elroy. I love you, Miss Lorna. Elroy. How embarrassing. It's the pink hair. Elroy. Clap out for my friend Elroy the raccoon. He did a great job. My apologies, Miss Laura. Lorna. Hey, you know what? Miss Lorna and I were talking before the show, and guess what she said? She said sometimes boys and girls come to the library and they check out books, which is what they're supposed to do. But they get home and they forget to take care of the books. They forget they borrowed them. They get home and they leave them on the ground, and their dog or cat comes along and chews up the corner. Or baby brother or baby sister gets a hold of the book and tears the pages out. Do you know the library has its own books just for babies? So if everybody didn't take care of the books, guess how many books we'd have in this library? Zero. Well, there's always that one that nobody checks out, but we'd have very few books in the library. So if you'll promise me that you'll take care of the books when you borrow them, and Miss Lorna, look back there, Miss Lorna, you can't miss her, and say, I promise to take care of the books in the library. Now look at your mom, your dad, your grandma, to your teacher, whoever brought you. Don't look at me, I got 4 of my own. Whoever brought you, and say, I promise to behave the rest of my life. And all the parents said, amen. Now, hey, you know what? These are books on magic tricks. Oh, eyes back up here. We're not quite done. You can find magic books in section 793.8 of the Dewey Decimal System. Mom and Dad, you do know when we talk about magic, we're talking about tricks. Magicians do magic tricks, and we'll leave the miracle stuff to God. But I thought, since we had such a great time today, we made a splash, and there's some fun magic that I thought maybe I would show everybody my grand finale trick. Would you like to see it? Take a big deep breath. Hold it in. Let it out slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been practicing this one to show it to you today. Watch closely. Watch. 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 What? What? You already saw the one with my watch? You didn't think it was funny? Well, never mind. I don't want to show it to you again. Forget it. Oh. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch. It's time to say bye, and thank you for watching the show. We'll see you next time at the library. Thanks for coming today. Bye-bye. Don't forget to spread those warm fuzzies.
I'm Jennifer Pulley, and welcome to another edition of NASA 360. Today, we've got so many things lined up for you. We're going to talk about technology, we're going to talk about exploration, and we're going to talk about dinosaurs and how they're all related. But first, let's talk about where I'm standing. Get this, I'm standing inside a fort. That's right, and it's not just any fort. This is Jamestown Fort. It's the site of the first permanent English colony in what was then called the New World. Today, of course, we know it as America. Now think about this. From this starting point, people spread out all across the country and eventually populated the entire United States. So I guess we have to say that this landing spot's a pretty big deal in American history. Over time, though, the original fort that the English settlers built fell into disrepair. And believe it or not, for many years, it was lost to history. That all changed in 1996 when archaeologist Dr. Bill Kelso rediscovered the original fort. It began a whole new era of understanding what life was like for those first Jamestown settlers. For the first time, they had proof. Using old writings, drawings, and now a handy trowel for digging, Dr. Kelso and his team discovered where the old fort was, and they began excavating the artifacts. To date, he and his team have found over 1 million artifacts from the original fort, and they expect to find many more in the next few years. In a little while, we'll catch up with Dr. Kelso and dig a little deeper into the history of Jamestown. But first, do you know the difference between an archaeologist and a paleontologist? Well, let's see. They both dig in the ground looking for things from the past, right? Well, it's the type of things they're looking for that make them different. You see, archaeology is the science of understanding human cultures, while paleontology is the study of prehistoric life forms. So basically, then archaeologists spend their time trying to understand human history, while paleontologists generally look for fossils from before human history, like dinosaur bones. Got it? Luckily for archaeologists and paleontologists, tons of help is now coming from NASA. How? Well, one of the ways is through the use of remote sensing techniques. Remote sensing? Well, in the broadest sense, it's the use of a device to collect information without actually physically touching the object. Now, a great example of a remote sensing device we use every single day, our eyes. Think about it. You can detect objects around you without physically touching them. You simply use your detectors, or your eyes, to see the object, gather information about it. You're using remote sensing.
There are many forms of NASA-sponsored remote sensing devices that are being used to help in archaeology and paleontology. Like, for example, there's something called ground-penetrating radar. This unique type of radar system can actually see objects in the ground without anyone having to dig them up. By using this, in combination with aerial photography and historical documents, NASA can help give researchers a much better indication of where to dig, what to preserve, and what areas to avoid. Satellites are another type of remote sensing tool being used by NASA researchers to help archaeologists and paleontologists. In fact, NASA archaeologist Dr. Tom Seaver has been using satellite data to help us understand why the Mayan civilization in Guatemala collapsed and how current populations may be able to prevent future disaster. Let me try to break it down for you. Between the 3rd and 9th century, the Mayan civilization in Central America flourished. But after about the 9th century, they collapsed, leaving archaeologists few clues as to why this once mighty civilization disappeared. This is where NASA comes in. Our remote sensing satellites can detect even small changes within the electromagnetic spectrum. So sand, cultivated soil, vegetation, and rocks each have distinctive spectral signatures, which are easily distinguished from each other. So archaeologists can use info from the remote sensing satellites to quickly target specific areas of interest, then send teams to that area to validate the findings. Dr. Seaver and his team have already found several previously undiscovered sites and feel confident that they know where others are, thanks to NASA's remote sensing satellites. That is how NASA is helping researchers find old ruins. But remote sensing satellites are also helping us understand why the Mayan civilization may have disappeared. Today, the Patan rainforest in Guatemala is covered with trees and is not heavily populated. But it was not like this during the peak of the Mayan civilization. In fact, during that time, this region had a population of about 2,000 people per square mile. which is about the same as current-day Los Angeles. With a population that large, the Mayas had to farm huge areas of land. To do this, they employed a technique called slash and burn, which eventually destroyed virtually every tree for hundreds of miles. Computer models show that as the trees disappeared, so did the rain, which caused temperatures to increase by 5 to 6 degrees. All of these shifts may have caused malnutrition and disease, which in turn contributed to its collapse. This information is especially important for us today because slash and burn techniques are once again being used in the areas that were once Mayan strongholds. Understanding what happened to the Mayas may dissuade current generations of farmers from following the same destructive path. So, as you can see, NASA technology is being used for a lot more than just to help us in space. It's being used to help save lives back here on Earth, too.
Hey, in a little bit, we'll swing back out here to Jamestown to talk with Dr. Kelso. But first, let's head to North Dakota. Johnny Alonzo's there to see what a mummified dinosaur and NASA have in common. Hang on tight, you're watching NASA 360.
Hey, how's it going? Let me ask you something. Have you ever seen a real dinosaur? And I'm not talking about one of those dinosaurs you might see in the movies or even the skeletons in the museums. I'm talking about a real dinosaur with skin, muscle, and bones. Yeah, it might be hard nowadays considering the fact that dinosaurs lived, what, hundreds of millions of years ago. But what if I told you that researchers found a dinosaur just like that? Would you believe it? Well, if you said no, you better start believing. Because a few years ago, researchers found an actual mummified dinosaur that was still intact from the skin, to cartilage, to muscle. A mummified hadrosaur named Dakota is so unique in its discovery that it's changing what researchers thought they knew about dinosaurs. I rolled out to Bismarck, North Dakota to speak with my buddy Dr. John Hoganson about this amazing discovery and to find out how NASA is helping unearth more clues.
All right.
Oh, wow, are you kidding me?
Yeah, this is the
This is so cool.
this is the tail section of the duck-billed dinosaur called Dakota, and it's being prepared here at the North Dakota Geological Survey Preparation Laboratory here at the Heritage Center in Bismarck.
This is something else. Wow. So, Doc, how was this dinosaur found?
Well, this fossil was found in 1999 by Tyler Leeson down in Marmarth, North Dakota, which is in the southwest corner of the state. He was only a sophomore in high school at the time, but was out exploring for fossils actually on his uncle's property down in the Badlands. Now, this is a hadrosaur called Edmontosaurus. That's a scientific name for this particular species of dinosaur. Hadrosaurs were duck-billed dinosaurs. They were a group of dinosaurs that were referred to as duck-billed dinosaurs because their snouts were compressed. Then it's very similar to a modern duck.
So, what is so unique about this fossil?
Well, you know, generally paleontologists, when we're out exploring for fossils, will only find individual bones or fragments of jaws or things like that. Okay. This particular dinosaur called Dakota is not only a complete skeleton, but it's very unique because the skin is actually preserved on this animal. So the entire skeleton appears to be wrapped in the skin that it was enclosed in. This is called a mummified dinosaur, but it's not a mummy in the sense of what we generally think about, like an Egyptian mummy that has been embalmed for preservation. The skin on this animal is actually preserved because it's been replaced by a mineral called siderite, which is an iron carbonate kind of mineral, which is very hard and has preserved the skin.
All right, so how did NASA get involved with this dinosaur discovery? Well, researchers needed a way to scan through all the layers of rock to see all the dinosaur, and since this thing weighs about 10 tons, they needed a really, really big scanner.
Well, you know, when we usually find these fossils in the field, we generally just find the bones, the skeletons, and it was determined early on during the excavation process that this particular dinosaur was covered in skin. So it was decided to take these skeleton blocks out still entombed in the rock. So big blocks of rocks were removed. And At that point, it was decided that the best technology to use to determine the position of the bones in the rock and the completeness of the skeleton was to use CAT scan technologies, and that's where NASA was asked if they could help with this. And it's been a very good approach, because with this tail block that we're working on right now, we, through the CAT scan technology, are able to know where the bones are before we actually start digging through the rock matrix.
Luckily for these guys, NASA operates the largest CT scanner in the world. Located at a Boeing facility in Canoga Park, California, this scanner's first priority is to inspect large space shuttle parts. Well, the task for Dakota was not all that different. So they loaded Dakota on a truck and shipped it off to California. When it arrived, the scanner was able to penetrate the dense iron carbonate that surrounded the dinosaur's tail section. And right away, researchers saw bones, tissue, and cartilage.
Well, since I've been a paleontologist, which has been a few years, there's been a lot of technological changes and advancements that have really helped the science. In addition to the CAT scan technology that we've been talking about here, there's a lot of remote sensing type of technologies that are available to us now, global position systems, mapping, LiDAR kinds of laser mapping, various other kinds of technologies that assist us in the field actually locating and positioning the fossil finds, because it's very important to us to know where in the rock column the fossil is found, and also, of course, the geographic position of the fossil. We also use CAT scans for determining the bone structures of skulls, and also the size of brain cases in skulls, fossil skulls that have been found. So technology is used extensively now in paleontology. We're preparing this for exhibit. The tail and one of the arms will be prepared and put on exhibit here at the North Dakota Heritage Center, which is open to the public. So we plan to have it here for quite some time if people are interested in coming and seeing it.
Good, absolutely. Well, Doctor, thank you so much for having us here at the North Dakota Heritage Center.
Really good to have you here.
Most definitely. Thank you. Hey, in a little bit, I'm going to tell you how NASA's bringing history to life on the Lewis and Clark Trail. So don't go anywhere. It's coming right up. You're watching NASA 360.
Okay, so the first English settlers landed here in Jamestown in 1607, but the first years, oh, they were rough. In fact, for many years, there was question as to whether this small fort would actually survive. There was starvation and a lot of sickness. But thanks to some local Indians and some resupply from England, this small little fort held on and it began to flourish. In fact, from 1612 to 1698, Jamestown was the capital of the whole country. That changed when a fire swept through the State House and it forced the capital to be moved to Williamsburg. Just a few years later, Jamestown was gone, both physically and in memory. Over the centuries, people believed that the old fort and all of its artifacts had actually washed away into the James River. But that all changed in 1994, when the Association for the Preservation of Virginia Antiquities, or for short, the APVA, commissioned an archaeological dig in the area where the original fort was thought to be. Why? Well, APVA lead archaeologist Dr. Bill Kelso believed the original fort had not been washed away at all. He had a hunch that he knew where to find the fort, and this old church had something to do with it.
The reason that I started digging where I did was that the church, there's a church tower here that's the only original above ground part of Jamestown, 17th century, and the church was originally in the midst of the fort. It was one of the records said this, so well, it ought to be around here somewhere. So starting near the church was the key, and it was an area that had never really been looked at before. Ironically enough, it's high ground. It's really made sense now that we know where the fort is.
Can you walk me through the kind of the excavation process, the recording? We were talking a little bit about the technology, and then where do the artifacts go from there?
Well, artifacts are removed from their soil, and once we understand the context, we call it, where they're found, they're taken to a lab and they're washed, and then some of these, like these iron objects, would have to be conserved. Some things, probably 1 or 2% of what we have here will go on exhibit. We have a museum here, and there are other traveling exhibits and other things that we do just to tell the Jamestown story.
Would you believe that? How are we going to do this?
Oh my God!
It's all metal down to here. That's why it's lost together. That's Lord Delaware's. That comes over to Lord Delaware.
Dr. Kelso, how long have you been an archaeologist?
Well, I started probably 1607, something like that.
Wow,
45.
you look great.
Thank you very much.
Wait, over 400 years old. Gosh.
It's been a while, 45 years, I guess I would say. Yeah.
All right, so in that time, in those 45 years, tell me, what have you seen, what changes have you seen, technological advances?
Well,
archaeology.
the major technological advance, you would think that we would have invented X-ray vision, and we'd save a lot of digging.
Right.
But that hasn't happened. There are certain machines that can give you some reading below ground without digging, remote sensing. But what I think the breakthrough has been in recording, the record of archaeology, because archaeology, I think in the past, is something that's viewed as destructive. But now we have the technology through a GIS program that we can record almost in 3 dimensions, and we're close. And if you can record in 3 dimensions, then you can actually replicate the site again digitally, and re-look at it. That still doesn't replace just blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, it's just down, it's digging, it's stooping, it's using our main instrument here is just this small shovel, and it takes a long time to dig out a hole like this with something like this. And but we have to do that so that we don't disturb artifacts.
So tell me about some of the amazing things you found.
Well, we've found over 1 million artifacts in this project, but there are certain things that really do stand out.
One of those things that stands out is a lead luggage tag with its destination stamped on it, Jamestown. This tag made the long journey from England to the New World on a wooden ship, then was discarded into the bottom of a well. After its rediscovery, 400 years later, it would again be making a long trip, this time into space. To help celebrate the 400th anniversary of Jamestown, this lowly luggage tag was placed aboard the space shuttle Atlantis, where it traveled nearly 6 million miles around the Earth. After the space flight was over, the tag was returned to Jamestown, where it went back on display in the Jamestown Archaearium with other artifacts from the old fort.
I think it really highlights the sort of age-old exploration process that in 1607, you had to get the vehicles, you had to raise the money, you had to get the political things in order, the charter to come to Virginia, and dress appropriately with armor and closed helmets, and because it was an alien environment, you had to put some kind of it is almost like a space station, here, or an outpost to begin to explore an unknown environment in Virginia,
And NASA's continuing to do that.
Right, and here's the colonization of the moon, and what are the problems? Well, you got to get there, you got to have the right vehicles. What do you take with you? How do you survive in this alien environment? You put an artificial surface around you, and you dress appropriately. So it's really an age-old thing, this whole psychological need to explore, spiritual need to explore, I think, is still today just as it was at the time of Jamestown.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about this correlation between the early explorers, yourself, your explorer, and then the future explorers.
Well, I'm kind of an explorer of explorers, the original explorers. I mean, we're trying to figure out what it was like to explore and to discover, and our project's called Jamestown Rediscovery. We're not discovering Jamestown, we're rediscovering it. And a good example is this space here, that this was used as a laboratory to study the minerals and the iron ore of this new land, to see if it could be profitable to come here.
Right.
So I think that's very similar to what I've read about explorations, especially on Mars. They send out vehicles and they do drilling and they look at the materials, and that's what was going on here. And so this space was where I'm sure the people that you heard of before, Captain John Smith walked around here. Maybe Pocahontas checking out the blacksmith shop.
That is so cool. What an amazing job you have.
Well, that's the payoff is to feel the place, to walk the places, to be in the places where these historical events happened. So then the events take on much more meaning than if you just read them in textbooks.
Earlier, Dr. Kelso mentioned the similarities between the 1607 Jamestown explorers and NASA's future space explorers. What about all the explorers in between? Guys like Daniel Boone, Neil Armstrong come to mind, as well as many countless others who have helped broaden our knowledge through exploration. Perhaps two of the most famous names in American exploration history are Lewis and Clark. You ever heard of them? They blazed a trail through the American West, mapping out their path as they went. So what do you think? Did NASA have anything to do with the Lewis and Clark expedition? Well, not the original trip, but NASA is helping out now. Johnny Alonzo will tell you all about it.
All right, so we've seen a lot today how NASA's helping archaeologists and paleontologists through remote sensing. These remote sensing devices have helped us unearth some really cool findings in places like Cambodia, Central America, and the American Southwest. And they've also helped along one of the most famous trails in American history, the Lewis and Clark Trail. To find out how NASA helped map this 200-year-old trail, I rolled up to Fort Mandan, North Dakota, to where Lewis and Clark spent their first winter. Before we get into NASA's involvement, let's go back a few hundred years at the beginning of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Back in 1804, when the expedition began, we knew almost nothing about what was to the west of St. Louis. So President Thomas Jefferson commissioned Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to lead an expedition west to find the first all-water route to the Pacific Ocean. This was an epic journey, taking several years and 3,700 miles to complete. During this trip, they collected samples of plants and animals, met many of the different Indian tribes of the West, and brought back detailed data about the route that they had taken. But even though they brought back some pretty good maps and data, they still weren't 100% accurate. That's because most of these journals weren't written right away, or they were written after a hard day's travel. And many of the entries contained geographical inaccuracies. So, this is where NASA comes in. Researchers from NASA Stennis Space Center took the maps of Lewis and Clark and combined them with high-resolution images taken from satellites and aircraft. They created maps with a 360-degree view of an area where the explorers traveled. From that view, archaeologists could follow the trails as if they were flying over the actual landscape in real time and in any direction or angle they chose. Researchers pored over these maps looking for telltale signs of human disturbances unique to the Lewis and Clark expedition. With this technique, archaeologists were able to narrow down some of the possible sites from many miles to a few acres. This information is helping to find Lewis and Clark artifacts that provide a clearer understanding of the expedition and what the lives of those early explorers had been like. And don't forget, NASA has a new generation of explorers too, that'll soon be going back to the moon and on to Mars. So in the future, when we talk about great explorers, there's no doubt that NASA's astronauts will be on the list. It's amazing, isn't it? Just when you thought you knew everything about NASA, we throw something else at you. So as you can see, NASA's not only trying to help shape our future, it's also making the past clearer. But that's it for this episode. For Jennifer Pulley, I'm Johnny Alonzo. I'll catch you next time on NASA 360. By dinosaur. That's right, we're still in. These remote sensing devices have helped us on. Two.
Why? Well, APVA lead archaeologist Dr. Bill Kelso believed he thought.
To find out how NASA helped. Two. That's right, a mummified hadrosaur named Dakota.
Let's head out to North Dakota. Johnny Alonzo is learning how NASA technology was used to unearth some really cool, really unique guys like Daniel Boone and Neil Armstrong may come to mind, as well as many countless Dr.
I rolled out to Fort Mandan, North Dakota. Damn, that was it. That was it. I'll say it right this time.
Hi, I'm Julie Scardina here at SeaWorld San Diego. Are you ready to get up close and personal glimpses into incredible rescue attempts? A behind-the-scenes look at phenomenal rehabilitation efforts and witness spectacular animal releases? Well, you've come to the right place because SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have been leading the way in animal rescue for a very long time. You know, the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks have been committed to wildlife preservation for over 40 years. No other organization has rescued, rehabilitated, and released more animals. SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have rescued 11,000 animals since 1965. And SeaWorld, in the past 5 years alone, has helped more than 3,000 animals, including seals, sea lions, dolphins, whales, sea turtles, and even seabirds. 24/7, 365 days a year, SeaWorld's animal rescue and rehabilitation teams respond to calls for animals in distress, then to be assisted by an expert group of dedicated veterinarians, animal care specialists, and marine biologists. But the Anheuser-Busch commitment reaches far beyond the rescue of a single animal. From Antarctica to the Arctic, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens are working to save some of the planet's most endangered species and habitats. I'll be back shortly to give you an even closer look at which specific species of animals are being helped. In the meantime, let me introduce you to my colleague, Chuck Carreau, as he takes you on some amazing animal rescues. Chuck?
Thanks, Julie. You know, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have performed some truly amazing rescues. But did you ever stop to wonder why these rescues have to take place at all? Well, sometimes stuff just happens. And of course, you can't control a natural disaster like an earthquake or a hurricane. Other times, events are triggered by humans. In June of 2000, off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa, a sunken freighter caused an oil slick that resulted in the worst bird disaster in history. A worldwide call to action went out, and SeaWorld, along with many others, immediately answered. Just like this little guy here is getting a good chance at surviving, an entire colony of South African penguins and their chicks got a second chance, thanks to a lot of caring hands.
It comes as a surprise to many people to hear that South Africa is home to penguins. These seabirds are a permanent fixture along the southern coast. However, June 23, 2000 marked a fateful day for the penguins when the bulk carrier ship, the Treasure, sank off the coast of Cape Town. About 400 tons of oil spilled from the ship and began washing onto Robben Island, home to nearly 20,000 African penguins. Soon after, shifting weather patterns pushed oil towards Dasson Island, where 56,000 African penguin adults and chicks live. With worldwide numbers totaling only 150,000 birds, this spill threatened almost half of the entire African penguin population. Jay Holcomb, Director of International Bird Rescue and Research Center and on-site manager of the International Fund for Animal Welfare, intimately knows what it takes to pull off a rescue attempt of this magnitude. He discusses what zoological parks and staff bring to a rescue such as this.
To manage this many birds takes a lot of supervision. The volunteers are wonderful. They come in hordes. We have 700, 800, 900 a day to come in, but they all have to be supervised. So what we've done is brought in people from zoos, aquariums, wildlife rehabilitation facilities from around the world that we put under our management system that we've created, and they help us manage the volunteers.
These guys just... With a rescue that totaled over 23,000 oiled birds, people from around the world pulled together to save the penguins. The South African military and thousands of volunteers with varied backgrounds, education, and experience offered whatever time and service could be utilized. With numbers totaling over 40,000 volunteers, the Red Cross set up its own rescue center within a rescue center just to tend to the humans. Once the penguins arrived at the Sand Cobb Salt River facility, people were propelled into action. Dry pools were set up to keep the frightened penguins contained. As quickly as possible, the penguins were fed and hydrated. SeaWorld aviculturist Alex Ware headed up this part of the rescue process.
Right now we're doing a mixture of force feeding, offered hand feeding for the ones that are starting to get an idea of how to do it, and my team is currently going through and tube feeding some electrolytes to keep the birds going because dehydration is becoming a big issue. Some of these people are just whatever it takes, you know. I mean, they're shoveling dirt, they're scrubbing buckets, You know, everyone wants to help out in any way possible, and after a few days, you know, you try to find something that's a little less physical, because these little penguins, they're extremely strong animals, and even skilled handlers like myself, I'm sporting wounds and scratches and beauty marks, and I'm a careful penguin handler, and it's happening to me, so, but they keep coming back, and it's amazing.
As quickly as possible after the penguins arrived, they were sent for a washing. Unfortunately, this is a very slow and tedious process, requiring a minimum of 2 people for each bird and almost an hour of time. Then, the birds were rinsed and dried, but not yet ready to be returned to the wild for 2 primary reasons. It takes 4 or 5 days for the penguins to regain their natural oils after washing, and the spill was still a danger zone. So, the Sand Cob facility became a holding facility as well, and the penguins required special care. They needed crushed shell to keep their feet clean, food, and of course, water. What a difference in energy once these birds could swim. And what an amazing transformation to turn an empty railroad warehouse into a penguin rehab center of this magnitude.
When the spill first happened, they must have known that this was going to, in total, so many penguins, and they knew what kind of space requirements they were going to have, because I walked in, I was like, why do they have that huge factory for these birds? And now we're just filling it up. Every day we're needing another room, and to be able to keep it all central right here in one area rather than satellite rehab stations, everyone doing their own thing. It's a good thing for the animals, and it makes it very easy to coordinate the volunteers.
Another unfortunate detail in this oil spill was the timing. It occurred in the middle of chick rearing season, and both mom and dad take part in raising their young. Parents were swimming through the slick in search of food, returning to the islands oiled, which would eventually make them unable to swim. They were also regurgitating oil to their chicks. Until SeaWorld aviculturist Lauren Dubois and Baltimore Zoo colleague Steve Sorrow arrived in South Africa, it was too much time and effort to focus on saving the younger birds.
Basically what we're trying to do here is most of these birds have just come off the nest, and we're trying to get them to eat. What we're doing is once a day we're coming in and we're doing a force feeding, which is basically picking the bird up, making sure he gets 2 to 3 fish, and then in the afternoon we'll come in and we'll sit in the pens as the birds are getting used to us and try and offer them fish and give them sort of a hand feeding or free feeding. Once they eat on their own and we know that they have a good weight, then we'll go ahead and look at a time when we can release them.
Over 500 chicks were eventually returned to Dassin and Robben Islands, prepared to grow into vital adult penguins, helping to preserve their species. Upon her return, Lauren put it all into perspective.
My experience in South Africa pretty much changed the way that I take care of animals and anytime I see animals. It was a very stressful situation coming into seeing many animals that had been injured by a man-made disaster, and being able to help take care of those animals and see those animals released and be healthy animals was a tremendous feeling of satisfaction to know that something that I did helped these animals to go back into the wild.
Lauren is an integral part of SeaWorld's new Oiled Wildlife Care Center, which opened its doors in July 2000.
The Oiled Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
23,000 oiled birds made the South African oil spill the worst bird disaster in history. But with the dedication and skillful help of so many people from around the world, the worst bird disaster in history ended up to be the most successful rescue attempt to date. Of course, a rescue is always about the animals, but somewhere along the line, it can't help but be about the people as well.
California sea lions like these are abundant off the U.S. West Coast. That's not the case for another pinniped, the very endangered Hawaiian monk seal. Recently, an unusual form of blindness swept through Hawaiian monk seal colonies, putting their already dwindling population in even further jeopardy. SeaWorld San Antonio helped rescue several of these blind seals in an attempt to not only save these few, but learn more about this pinniped in hopes of understanding ways to protect their entire species in the future. It's an amazing thing.
The Florida manatee has a legendary history dating way back before Christopher Columbus. Now, often the source of mistaken identity, this gentle giant has been called everything from a monster to a goddess. Well, whatever label you choose, there's one manatee that can be called just plain lucky. Now, don't mistake him for a reindeer or for a meteor. This is the story of Comet, the Florida manatee that ventured back to Florida by way of Ohio. Ohio.
Slow and gentle, manatees capture the hearts of all that see them. However, seeing them can be somewhat difficult as they come to the surface to breathe. And it's their slowness that may actually increase their chances of being injured by boat collisions, one of several factors that threaten this endangered species today. Manatees and their relatives are found in oceans, bays, and rivers all over the world, although we're looking specifically at the West Indian manatee, which is found throughout the Caribbean and Florida. Manatees are mammals that are completely vegetarian, eating primarily seagrass. But don't let that fool you. They can weigh up to 3,000 pounds. Unless they are mother and calf, manatees typically live a solitary life, although in winter they may migrate with groups in search of warmer waters. The story of Comet starts in January of 1998 in Fernandina Beach, Florida, where he was found with his mother, who had been hit by a boat. SeaWorld's animal rescue team responded to the distress call to find a very injured mother and her year-and-a-half-old calf who was still nursing. The mother, named Mercury, sustained many large wounds on her right side, and SeaWorld vets discovered that she had several broken ribs that were causing a severe infection. Working with veterinarians from the University of Florida, the infected, fractured ribs were removed. Although Mercury began to eat following surgery, her wounds were too severe and she succumbed to them shortly after. The focus then shifted to doing everything possible to save her nursing baby, now known as Comet. Comet received around-the-clock attention and thrived under SeaWorld's care. Fortunately, he was old enough to begin eating on his own, and when he became strong enough, was introduced to other manatees in the rehabilitation area. Then, in June of 1999, Comet was doing well enough that he was one of several manatees transported to the Columbus Zoo's new manatee habitat. How about that? Manatees in Ohio. Doug Wormeltz, Assistant Director of Living Collections at the Columbus Zoo, explains why this is important.
It's important for people in Columbus, in central Ohio, in the Midwest to know about manatees. We use Florida as a vacation spot, and our lifestyles directly impact the survival of these animals, and we need to learn to be responsible, make a choice, and learn how to live with wildlife.
After more than a year of helping to educate guests in Ohio, it was time for Comet to come home. In a collaborative effort between SeaWorld, the Columbus Zoo, and government agencies, a transport and release strategy was designed and executed. Upon his return to SeaWorld Orlando, Comet was prepared for release into the St. Johns River, along with another rescued manatee named Corey.
Comet was released with Corey, a younger animal, today, so hopefully they'll stay together for a while. They're going to encounter the wild manatees that are in the spring, so Comet will probably learn where the food sources are and learn to move back and forth between the river and the spring, but eventually he'll probably go on his own.
SeaWorld Orlando is one of several manatee rescue and rehabilitation facilities in the state of Florida. Equipped with trucks, gear, and staff, they are ready to roll immediately to the scene of a manatee emergency and are set up to treat the animals on site and upon their return to the park. Manatees, the last generation, serves as a home to animals unable to be released and, like the Columbus Zoo exhibit, helps educate visitors about the plight of the manatees.
Every like 10 to 15 minutes they go up for air. Manatee's endangered because of all the boat accidents and red tide and their curiosity.
It may seem like a lot to go through to save one animal, but today, a manatee named Comet swims free, slow and gentle, and brings the overall numbers of this endangered species up by 1. SeaWorld thinks that alone is worth it.
There's almost no problem that can't be solved with good old-fashioned ingenuity. Just ask SeaWorld of Florida. When an injured manatee needed help floating, a specially designed wetsuit came to the rescue. And when a baby manatee needed to nurse, but the mother was unable, SeaWorld developed a manatee milk formula to nourish the calf. It's an amazing thing.
Attaboy. You know, some healthy marine mammals like sea lions, seals, and walruses naturally haul out onto land at times. Now, they might do this to mate, bear their young, or simply to rest. But, you know, sometimes animals haul out because they're ill or injured. In this case, an animal is considered stranded. That means it's helpless and unable to survive under the present conditions. Animals become stranded, well, for many reasons, ranging from disease, toxins, injuries, parasites, entanglement, oil spills, and believe it or not, weather events such as El Nino.
Although the cause of El Nino remains a mystery, it's an ocean event that has far-reaching effects. It might increase rainfall across the southern U.S. while causing horrible flooding in Peru and severe drought in the West Pacific, which might cause devastating brush fires in Australia. Meaning the little boy, or Christ child in Spanish, El Nino got its name since it often arrives around Christmas. During an El Nino, there's a change in normal trade wind strength in the central and western Pacific, which impacts surface water temperatures off the coast of South America. As water temperatures rise, the warmer waters aren't as nutrient-rich as the normal colder waters, and this starts an adverse reaction that moves all the way up the food chain. A lack of nutrients causes some vital plants and animals to die, while others can't survive and thrive in warmer waters, forcing animals that depend on them for their own survival to starve. It might also force animals, fish, and birds to migrate to other areas in an attempt to survive. This often results in animals stranding or ending up in areas not common to their species. And this results in an increase in rescues during an El Nino. SeaWorld San Diego's Assistant Curator of Animals, Keith Yip, explains.
During the El Nino event, we rescued over 350 animals. So far this year, for instance, we've only rescued 35 animals. I'd say the average is about 75 to 80 animals every year, and sometimes around 100, but 350 is an excessive number of animals.
What if you find an animal that appears stranded or abandoned? Observation is the first step. Often, in the case of a youngster, the mother may be off hunting, so unless the animal is in distress, you should simply watch it for a period of time. If the animal does require intervention, contact your local wildlife rescue and rehab agency. Often, humans think they're doing the right thing by intervening. However, these decisions are best left up to the experts that are trained and equipped to deal with these crisis situations. Many things can impact animals and their welfare, including weather. Sometimes nature needs to take its course. Other times, a helping hand, or lots of helping hands working together, is just what the doctor ordered.
SeaWorld California is the first and only zoological park in the world to successfully breed emperor penguins outside of Antarctica. Researchers at Hub SeaWorld Research Institute in California work best in noisy conditions. They studied penguin vocalizations in both Antarctica and at SeaWorld to determine, of all things, gender. Prior to the studies, only the penguins knew who the boys and girls were. Now, we do too. It's an amazing thing.
Sometimes things happen in nature for reasons no one understands, and human intervention becomes a crucial factor in the survival of an animal. This is the story of Callie, the giraffe, that with the help of Busch Gardens caretakers, veterinarians, and designers, stood just a little bit taller and a whole lot steadier on her feet.
There's no question that Busch Gardens Tampa is a fun and exciting theme park. But did you know that what looks like a cool place to see animals is serving a major worldwide function? Several animals housed at Busch Gardens and SeaWorld are actually part of breeding programs, which help ensure the overall survival of threatened and endangered species. Every day, guests at the park can get a glimpse of the newest additions to the Busch Gardens family by stopping by the nursery. Not all animals in the nursery are endangered or threatened. Sometimes, for various reasons found in nature, the mother is unable or unwilling to care for her offspring, or the baby may be sick or need special care. This was the case with Callie the giraffe. Callie, a reticulated giraffe, was born prematurely at Busch Gardens Tampa. Normally, giraffes can get up and walk on their own within minutes after birth. Callie, however, was just too weak to support herself. Weighing just 75 pounds at birth, she needed round-the-clock nursing care for the first 5 days. She was then able to stand up, but her forelegs needed support. Busch Gardens veterinarian Dr. Noah Abumadi determined that Callie's legs could be supported with braces, which would allow her to walk and strengthen her weak legs and joints. Shriners Hospital for Crippled Children was called to assist in the evaluation and design of the braces. A little extra support was just what Callie needed to boost her confidence. With her newfound stability, she was able to be walked and exercised, growing more sturdy as each day passed. Eventually, she was strong enough to walk and run on her own, where she joined the other Busch Gardens giraffes on the open veldt. Not only are breeding programs important as a way of increasing population numbers of a species, but also genetic diversity. SeaWorld aviculturist Rob Yorty explains.
When you're actually thinking about possibly releasing an animal, you don't want any latent genetic problems in their traits that could come out when the animal's actually released out in the wild and reproduces. So by this way of having a very large number of animals, we can keep track of all their genetics and make sure we don't have any weaker individuals, so to speak, that may be part of a reintroduction program.
Zoological parks provide fun and entertainment, no doubt. But look below the surface and you'll discover dedicated people devoted to conserving and preserving animal welfare, diversity, and population. Global concern on a local level.
Like Magellanic penguins, the Lear's macaw is also from South America. One difference is the Lear's macaw is in extreme peril as more and more of its habitat is being harmed. Busch Gardens supports efforts to protect this beautiful bird and its food source and has sent researchers to study its behavioral patterns and monitor nest sites in order to gain insight into how the Lear's macaw can survive. In addition, Busch Gardens is the only zoological park in the world to have successfully bred the Lear's macaw. It's an amazing thing.
Rescuing a marine mammal like a seal or a sea lion is hard work. But can you imagine what it's like rescuing an animal the size of a gray whale? Well, size is only one thing that makes this next story the most amazing animal rescue of all.
It was a fateful day in January 1997 when an abandoned gray whale beached herself near Marina del Rey, California. The whale was only a few days old when she was rescued and brought to SeaWorld San Diego. Only 14 feet long and 1,500 pounds, the little whale was found to be dehydrated and almost comatose. She was so weak that animal care team members had to hold her upright in the water and swim her around the medical pool. The outlook was not good. Dr. Jim McBain gave the grim findings.
Well, the animal is in pretty weak condition. It's dehydrated. It's very short on energy resources, energy supplies. It's very thin. The prognosis for full recovery is no better than poor at this point.
But with the dedication of the SeaWorld staff giving round-the-clock care, the little whale known as JJ overcame the odds. JJ was put on a specially formulated diet made up of a mixture of heavy cream, minced fish, and vitamins. She was hand-fed the formula at first and gained weight at an astounding rate. Eventually, JJ was introduced to solid food and was eating on her own. JJ thrived at SeaWorld, and as she grew, so did her pool. She became the center of attention as people from around the world followed her progress and visited her in San Diego. It gave so many the opportunity to get their first real-life look at a gray whale. There's much yet to be learned about gray whales, their patterns and habits. JJ gave us the opportunity to learn a tremendous amount about gray whales, their needs and requirements. As JJ grew, it was discovered that her vocalizations didn't show the wide range of sounds gray whales normally make. It's known that these vocalizations play a very important communication and navigation role in the wild. With the help of audio technology, researchers piped different whale vocalizations into her pool as she was feeding. They hoped that when JJ was released back into the sea, she would recognize these calls and sounds and follow them to other gray whales. After 13 months of constant care, literally tons of food, and lots of love, it was time for JJ to be released. She was well over a year old, weighed 17,000 pounds, and measured almost 31 feet in length. It was no small task to design the equipment, gear, and strategy to transport JJ to the sea. On March 31st, 1998, in a bittersweet mixture of laughter and tears, JJ was released. After only a few days, she scraped off her tracking devices, so there was no way to follow her. She was released as the gray whales were making their way north to the colder Arctic waters. Hopefully, after learning their sounds, being taught to eat, and thriving so well at the park, she connected with the other whales and has been making the annual migration with them ever since. The story of JJ is truly one of the most incredible rescue and rehab stories in which SeaWorld and the world has been involved. The story of a little whale that taught us more than we could imagine, that taught us to believe in miracles. The story of a little whale that will leave her footprint on our hearts forever.
We've seen that things can happen at the hands of humans that may affect wildlife, like boating accidents with manatees and oil spills. We also know that some things are beyond our control, like weather events such as El Nino. And we understand that sometimes, well, nature just has a mind of her own, as seen with the stranding of animals like sea lions or whales. But even though we may not always be a part of the problem, we can be a part of the solution. On behalf of Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks, this is Chuck Carreau thanking you for joining me in some of the world's most amazing animal rescues.
I hope you enjoyed your journey. And rest assured, as long as there are animals that need help, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens are committed to playing their part in rescue, rehabilitation, and release.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is May 2nd, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Tonight's prayer will be by Pastor Troy Powell, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Vice Mayor Steve Noe. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Would you pray with me? Father, we thank you for our civil servants, for their hard work and their sacrifice. We pray that you would bless them continually. May you generously give to each of them wise and discerning hearts to skillfully govern the people in our city. Give our mayor, staff, city leaders, and city council wisdom so they may solve problems, distinguish between right and wrong, bring order and stability and prosperity to our community. In Jesus' name we pray. Everybody said, Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First item of business is to approve the minutes from the April 4th, 2023 regular meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Next we have presentations. I'm going to ask the whole board to join me down here. And can we get the Collazo family to come on up? No?
It's fine now.
It's okay. It's okay. So we wanted to present to you the life-saving award to Detective Michael Collazo. The City of LaVergne recognizes your bravery and selfless actions to save innocent lives during the Covenant School shootings. We're proud to call you a member of this community and will be forever grateful for your willingness to fight to shield those who were in desperate need of protection. I know this says a lot, but on behalf of the board and this whole community, thank you for what you did. You rushed into danger for those kids and those people, and we thank you. Would you like to say anything? Hold on. Come on, Captain Call.
On behalf of the police department and your heroic efforts, we've got 3 challenge coins for you: our SWAT coin, our department coin, and our deputy chief coin. And we really appreciate what you did.
Awesome.
That was exciting.
Yes, yes. So moving on to our department reports. Police Department, Captain Call.
It's a great presentation.
Go ahead.
Yes, I trust that you guys have the copy of our report. It's a crime comparison analysis of quarter one of 2022 and 23. Couple of statistics of note: 50% decrease in residential and business burglaries and robberies, but we did have a 32% increase in our petty theft, shoplifting. We'd rather see the misdemeanors than felonies, that's for sure. Next page is motor vehicle theft. We had a bump in March compared to the same time last year, and the petty thefts obviously went up in February by 12 in Q1 of 2023. In terms of the activity on the last sheet, a couple of statistics to note. There was a 29% decrease in traffic stops. However, there was a 25% increase in citations and warning citations, possibly due to the weather, a number of officers out there conducting traffic. I'd like to give you guys a briefing on the hiring process that we've got going on right now. We have 7 open positions currently. We have 2 conditional hires, and I believe they're coming in, 1 tomorrow and 1 Thursday to sign on. Currently in background, we have 2 certified officers in background. We have 2 uncertified officers in background. Tomorrow we have 6 interviews for new officers, 5 non-certified and 1 certified. You guys have any questions?
Thank you, Captain. Moving on to the Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I hope that you've had an opportunity to look at the reports from this last month. As you can see, we're right on track, 2 runs more than we were at this time last year. I think our runs stay right on track with the year before. I think you can probably still predict about a 10% increase by the end of the year, though. Nothing notable other than the amount of water that was used in the month of April. We have our annual hydrant testing or operational testing or flow testing this time of year, so we're flowing hydrants. And early this past month, we had a significant training exercise where we had Tennessee Fire Academy came in and we flowed a considerable amount of water, learning our best operations of our aerial apparatus. It took a lot of water, but I believe that we got a lot of bang for our buck out of that, and I think we have a real understanding of the capabilities of our equipment.
Chief, just looking at the inspections and courtesy inspections, both of those dropped off significantly. Any reason for that?
We had 1 employee that was out for that period of time. It kind of hit a down spell on that.
Okay. Any other questions?
I've seen some good activity over at 283.
Absolutely. I think hopefully tomorrow you'll see some footings being dug, and we'll make some progress in pouring some footers. Obviously the weather. Thursday, did you say we're expecting rain, Mr. Waldron? Is that right?
I think supposed to start raining Thursday.
Yep. So try to get ahead of that. Hopefully the progress that we've made will allow us to get some work done, even in inclement weather, if it's not actively raining. Any other questions?
Thank you, sir. Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the numbers for the parks for this past month. Help desk tickets, 65, 468 man hours devoted to those. Upcoming events, May 13th, block party, Touch a Truck from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Veterans Park. Past events, April 15th was the opening day of the Ball League. This past Saturday was the Senior Center yard sale. You can see the past events for the Senior Center. We hosted the GNRC conference this year. A couple of upcoming events for them. Take note, May 12th, Senior Prom. May 17th is a trip to the General Jackson. And then upcoming meetings on May 15th, Senior Center Advisory, Parks and Greenway Advisory, and, Parks and Rec Advisory, and then the Greenway Advisory at 7. Touch a Truck. I'm gonna call Danny up if he doesn't mind. I know last year was our first year, and Danny was so gracious to be my model for what we were handing out. So
I did hear Dwayne was interested in that.
Well, we kind of customized these for Danny. I kind of felt bad last year because I didn't realize the vest that I brought was so small. So we had to grease him up, and he got into it anyway. So this year we kind of made a few adjustments. We are going to be giving out, we have 500 hats and vests that we'll be giving out to the kids. We customized this one for Danny with his own name on it.
Yes!
And this is a vest that I guarantee will fit him with the Water Boy on it. Oh. And if you're familiar with the Water Boy, they produce high quality H2O.
That one looks like it's big enough to fit me.
Well, We weren't gonna make that mistake again this year, so we decided we would customize him one and trick it out a little bit for him.
I'm not sure that hat is quite OSHA compliant. Is that right, Andrew?
Sorry, but this is.
Exactly. I kind of feel like one of the Price is Right gals, you know. Hey, here we go. Is my 3 minutes up? Here you go. We have 8 food snack vendors, 32 craft vendors, 18 touch-a-truck displays. Entertainment will be on the football field, laser tag, spider jump, 360 photo booth, face painting, mobile axe throwing. Have several advertisements going out on the radio, so you guys may hear some of that. Any questions?
That axe throwing is on ice, is that right?
Yes, no doubt.
Okay. Bruce wants to be the first one doing it, so.
We didn't get the beer permit, so we're going to be outlaw that day. Any questions?
When is the farmer's market supposed to first day it opened up?
And I don't have that, so that's a stumper. I would say first week in June, possibly. Let me double check that.
I knew it probably somewhere in June.
Miss Carol's checking it.
The first Tuesday in June would be June 6th.
Yes, it is on Tuesday.
would
We moved
be-
it back during the week this year.
Yeah, you're doing on Tuesdays, June
Yes, ma'am.
6th, and I think the times were what, 3?
3 to 7, 3 to 6.
3 to 7.
Yeah.
3 to 7.
David, just for folks that are watching, and there's been some questions, but why did we move farmer's market back to Tuesday?
Well, we originally moved it to Saturday because that was at our biggest vendor's request. Since then, we have lost that vendor, and now more of the vendors would prefer to do it during the week. There's so much stuff going on Saturday that we figured let's give it a shot back during the week and see what the turnout's going to be. You know, the first couple of Saturdays are good. After that, it drops off drastically. So by 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning, it's dead over there. So we're just going to try it in the afternoon to see what we can come up with.
I would think you'd get more vendors during the week than you would to be on Saturday, because it seems like everybody has theirs on Saturday.
Well, and that's kind of that's why it's hard to have a farmer's market if you don't offer fresh vegetables. So we were kind of catering that around our big vegetable vendor. Once they backed out, we're scrambling. You know, after 3 or 4 weeks of having it over here at the beginning of the summer, and your vegetable vendor pulls out, then you just basically turn that into a craft fair. So we're trying to avoid that. We're trying to provide a little bit of everything. So we're going to try moving it back during the week a little bit.
And Kathy was just provided Monday with about 30 more vendors that could possibly come in, so she's working on reaching out to each one of them.
Yep. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate your help.
Anytime.
Thank you.
I appreciate this. I'm wearing this all the time.
Thank you, David and Waterboy.
Now I know how to spell my own name.
Miss Donna, with the library department, you're going to have to show that one up for once.
I'm telling you, I don't think I can show that one. I love that vest. Good evening, Mayor, Alderman, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Alderman. This is the report for April 2023. If you can see, our numbers are holding steady. Our attendance from 2022, they're up, which we're really excited about. The other numbers are just kind of holding steady there, but we're working on it. Let's go over to the What's Up at the Library. On May 8th at 5 p.m., this coming Monday, will be our library board meeting here at City Hall. Also on May 8th, we have our Strings and Things adult craft. And this month, it's the Shrinky Dink earrings. Have you ever used Shrinky Dink before, where you take and you color and you bake it in the oven and it goes really, really small? That's what they're going to do at the Strings and Things adult craft. May 8th through the 11th will be the last week of regular story times until after summer reading, and then story times will resume the week of August 21st and 24th. May 13th, we have the live music back at the library at 1 p.m. It's Hobo Road will be there, and they're going country this time. May 15th at 5:30, we have our Better Off Read book club. The book this month is The Last Thing He Told Me. May 20th at 10:30, we have our Page Turners Book Club. The book they'll be using is The Midnight Library. We have copies of both of those books in the library, ready for checkout. We also have them on our Libby e-app. On May 20th at 10 a.m., we're having our Crafty Canvas Painting for Adults, and May 30th is our Mixed Media Adult Craft, and it's the large mixed media tags. I've kind of showcased the adult crafts this month. They have a lot going on, and our adults really enjoy coming in and just socializing and having a good time. Miss Mary does a great job with the ones at Strings and Things, and of course Carol takes care of the painting and the mixed media. Now the library will be closed on Saturday, May 27th and Monday, May 29th in observance of Memorial Day. Now here's the great part we're all excited about, our summer reading. All together now. Summer reading kickoff is going to be on June 3rd, and I've looked up the weather forecast. The weather forecast is sunny with a chance of books on that day. So we're really excited about that. We would like for the families to come in to pick up your summer reading bag. We're going to play Plinko for a prize, make a craft. We're going to have bounce house, face painting. We're going to have hot dogs and chips, decorate a cookie, spray paint art, sidewalk chalking, and of course get to check out fabulous books for the summer. We have programs for all ages from birth all the way to 99 plus. So we would love for everyone to come out, especially on June 3rd, and help us kick it off for the summer. Do you have any questions?
Miss Donna, I've had a couple people ask me as far as your book clubs.
Yes.
Are they targeted towards any specific age range?
Say the last part again.
Are they targeted to any specific age range?
Yes. At this point, it is 18 and above. If a parent feels like a YA, a young adult, if the book is suitable, then absolutely, we would love for them to come in. But what we have seen is our adults, 18 and up, are enjoying it.
Okay. Any other questions?
I don't have no question, but Donna, you do a great job over there, and it shows.
Thank you.
Everybody is tickled about a first-class library, and I thank you for all your service.
Well, you're very welcome. And it takes a creative staff, and surround yourself with good people, and you'll do good things.
Thank you, Miss Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Finance Department, Ms. Tanya Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Going to hit the highlights for you of our financial summary. In our general fund, our revenue exceeded expenses by $1.8 million. In our local sales tax, it was $3 million above budget and 1.3 above our prior year. In our state street aid, our revenue exceeded expenses by $281,000. In our stormwater fund, our expenses exceeded revenue by $97,000. And in our water and sewer fund, our revenue exceeded expenses by $8.1. The next page is just our bank balances. In our third page is our comparison to our prior year. In our general fund, revenue was up $1.4 million, and our expenses were up $6.4 million. In our water and sewer fund, revenue was up $7.5 million, and our expenses were up $792,000. And then our tap fees were down $126,000. Any questions?
I don't, I once thought about maybe when we was doing the budget, maybe put on the agenda about the upcoming lawsuits, but my record of putting things on the agenda just hadn't been good, so I just kind of let it kind of slide on, but that was one of the things I liked to put in the budget, but I just didn't do it.
Thank you, ma'am. Then moving on, water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell. Don't forget your helmet.
Yes, sir. Safety first. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, I hope you've had the opportunity to take a look at our March monthly report. Looks like I said March. I meant April. Wrong month. Any questions, other than this wonderful outfit of mine?
Danny, was the high service valve number 2 repaired today?
It was actually installed. They're missing lugs for the wiring of the motor that have to be ordered. They had the wrong ones or the wrong size ones. They want to make sure that they are the correct ones so that they don't burn up like what happened previously. So those are on order, and as soon as they come in, they will be able to wire that back up and it'll be good to go.
They give you any kind of ETA with it?
I did not get an ETA today, so I'm not sure with that, but I can get that and get that back to you.
Okay. And then we had a couple of customer complaints?
Yes, sir. So we had 2 customer complaints this month. One was from a monthly bacteriological sample that we take at this location. The gentleman asked us to take a water sample at his home. We did take that sample. We analyzed it back at the lab. All the results from those samples came back within range, and we did produce that report to the customer. Advised him that if he had any questions on those results, he could contact us at the water treatment plant. We did not get a call back, so I'm assuming he was happy with what we gave him. And the other is a high pressure complaint. So we advise the customer to contact a plumber to adjust or replace their pressure reducing valve.
And then this question I'm going to ask you, but I'm also going to ask Michael Dietz if you can come up for it. Either one of y'all, can y'all speak in regards to the sanitary survey that was done and the results for the board and the public?
Sanitary. Do you know anything about sanitary?
What's a sanitary survey?
No idea. Next question. No.
Go ahead.
I believe the Infomark and the city worked really well together over the last few years, especially to gain a score of 99% on our sanitary survey. It's out of 599 points, and we scored a 593 out of 599. So
that's awesome.
I think Danny said it all. We're very pleased with the results. I think Bruce sent out an email. He was excited. That's the highest score he could remember in many years. So our goal is to continue to, achieve scores like that and keep building on the progress we've made.
Absolutely. Good job to you guys and your teams.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to old business. Second reading ordinance 2023-06, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 5.055 of the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding the floodway and fringe districts. This received a favorable recommendation, and I'm going to make a motion to defer because we've got a special meeting next Monday for that. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-07, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Our second. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-08, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 senior citizens fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Our second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-09, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 stormwater fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Next, we have the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No, our second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2023-10, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14 parcels 23.2, consisting of approximately 5 acres located at 252 Hollandale Road from a R1 low-density zoning district to an R2 medium-density zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28th, 2023. Make a motion to defer. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas.
Second for discussion.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. So you want to defer this?
Yes. Bruce.
For what reason?
Bruce had, and we discussed it at workshop where an advertisement was placed with the local newspaper.
I remember.
And for a public hearing.
I remember. They didn't get it out in time.
Unfortunately, while we got it to them on time, they did not publish it. So as a result, that public hearing is not taking place. So this defers it 1 month so that we can do it because we like to have those on first reading versus second.
I remember now.
Any other discussion? Alderman Waldron? Aye. Alderwoman Hobbs?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-11, an ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Second on discussion.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Have a second from Alderman Waldron. Yes, sir.
I asked Ms. Hope Oliver to come in case the board members had any question to ask the county, because there's a lot of talk about the school scoreboard, the band, stuff like that, and I thought it'd be good to have her here if we had any questions. One question popped in my mind is about the scoreboard. Years ago, when my kids was in the ball, a lot of like Coca-Cola furnished the scoreboard. I didn't know if y'all have checked into that or about a sponsorship to put up a scoreboard, or it might be something that you can take to the county commissioner or the school board and talk about. Thank you for coming. And
any other discussion?
And the budget, we worked hard on the budget. The budget consists of $38 million in debt. It's, back in 2021, it was $22 million in debt. And it don't include the upcoming lawsuits. Or some things we need to keep our eye on is the upcoming capital projects in the future, like widening the Walden Road, widening the Old National Highway. The debt realistically could reach, close to $100 million. We just need to keep our eye on the road. Thank you.
I don't think anyone's talking about going that high, but with that, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion, we have a second. Alderman Waldron.
Pass.
There's either aye, no, or abstain. There's not a pass.
Pass.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. The motion passes. Moving on to first reading ordinance 2023-12, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. A motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'll second it. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-13, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 stormwater fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny.
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second? I'll second it. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Nay.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2023-12, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Number 14, approve services agreement with Kim Radford to paint a mural on City Hall. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman
Discussion.
Hobbs and a second from Alderman Waldron.
On the mural on the wall, you know, we got a 50-50 grant. Our part would be $3,200. The grant just covers the wall. It don't cover upkeep or maintenance. And my feelings on that, if we start painting stuff on walls, I'm kind of afraid it might entail a lot of graffiti people coming, and if it's had to be maintained or replaced, the grant don't come in. The city is on our own on that. And the $3,200 don't seem like very much, but I've had a lot of people call me, why don't we put a pavilion at the dog park? $3,200 would go a long way for the pavilion other than painting a wall. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Number 15, approve a venue rental agreement with The View at the Fountains for the annual employee holiday party on Friday, December 15th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Second on discussion.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No, a second from Alderman Waldron.
The only thing I have, up at Fountain, it's a nice place and everything. Next year, I would like for us to look is having it in LaVergne. It's got to be a place in LaVergne big enough for us to have it. You know, if we're going to pay X amount of dollars to pay a place in Murfreesboro, I'd like to try to keep the money in LaVergne. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Next, we have appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We've got one term vacant and one applicant. That is Tabitha Howard, and I will reappoint her back to that board for another term. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Motion passes. Then we've got the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. We've got two terms vacant, and we've got both of them wishing to remain, as well as two more people who have applied. So I will reappoint Roger French and Anthony Honeycutt to this board. All in favor?
Aye.
Discussion.
Well, we've kind of gotten past that part to the voting.
Well, you just jump right over it.
I'm sorry, sir. Opposed?
No, not opposed. I just wanted to let people know to please keep applying.
Okay, so motion passes. Now we're moving on to the mayor and alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I'd like to spend the time to bring Bo up and let him explain this rezoning signs out. I know it's probably in the packet, but I get a lot of people want to know about the rezoning signs. And everybody says, Bo's the man.
I cannot confirm or deny that last part, but So the signs that have been put up all around town are for the project that the city's undertaken for the last couple of years, it's basically an overhaul of the entire zoning ordinance. And so there's several purposes for that. One of the purposes is there's just a lot of older language from decades past. Like for instance, in the C2 zone, they talk about watch repair and places for TV repair, and nobody does that stuff anymore. So it's just, it really need to be modernized and brought up to 2023, language and uses. The other part is there's some expanded architectural overlays, like Old Nashville Highway will be added to that. It's never been included in architectural overlay. So that'll help with the aesthetics of that road. There's a community meeting start Monday, May 22nd, and that'll be at the library. In those meetings, there's it's all 5 days. There's like a 2-hour session in the AM, and then I think 1:30 to 3:30 is the PM session at the library. So there'll be city staff there. I'll be there that week. And then there's night meetings are, I believe, Tuesday the 23rd and Thursday the 25th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And that's all at the library. And then, of course, later in the summer, it'll come back to the Board of Mayor and Alderman for the voting.
Thank you, Bo. It makes it clear in mud for me.
All right. Thank you.
So, Bo, there's no shoe cobblers anymore?
I hadn't seen any in a long time. Shoe cobblers. That's good.
And again, I want to thank Hope Oliver for coming. I know you got a busy schedule, and I thought it would be a good idea for you to be here, because there's a lot of questions come up about the schools, the scoreboard, and if any of the other members want to ask you a question, but I appreciate. And a member of the school board was here earlier, and she was going to stay, but I said, well. So she left, but yeah, she was here. I appreciate her coming. And getting to the mural on the wall, I have nothing really against the mural on the wall. I just really worried about the graffiti. I know about 10 or 12 years ago, graffiti was I could see graffiti a lot around LaVergne, but here in the last 5 or 6 years, I hadn't seen a whole lot of it. I just hope this don't entice it. And the budget, it's a big budget, but I just want to be able to make aware of everybody, keep an eye on the road, because Nashville Davidson County debt is more than the whole state of Tennessee. So they let the budget deficit get out of control. We just need to keep an eye on the ball. And again, check your elderly, make sure they're all right. We got a lot of elderly people in LaVergne, and make sure your pets has got ample shade and water. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I just wanted to encourage our citizens to attend the community meetings for the new citywide zoning ordinances. I have the dates here. It's May 22nd through the 26th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. May 23rd and May 25th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the LaVergne Library. There are rezoning of individual properties being proposed through this. So, like I said, I do encourage all of our citizens to attend and be involved in this process. Again, I wanted to address, 2 weeks ago, I had the privilege of meeting with Detective Daniel Hall of the Ralph Anderson and Associates to discuss the characteristics and qualifications of potential candidates for the police chief position. In addition to that, we discussed the challenges the position would hold and some of the hurdles involved of retaining a successful and competitive candidate. Much to my surprise, one of the hurdles Detective Hahn expressed was concern for the inconsistencies in the chain of command, meaning the police chief would report to the city administrator, though the mayor would have the ultimate authority to hire and fire the individual. He expressed concern that the mayor's hire-fire authority would discourage qualified and experienced individuals from applying to the position, out of concerns of being terminated should the newly appointed chief and the mayor disagree on a particular matter. He also revealed to me that in his many years of service and working with many local governments, the mayor having the higher fire authority is an anomaly here. And in his words, I'm able to count on one hand the number of times I've dealt with this particular arrangement. It was his suggestion that should the mayor refuse to relinquish the higher fire to the city administrator, the city should strongly consider offering a severance package to the candidate, which ultimately, in turn, would be additional cost to our taxpayers. The mayor's higher fire authority is not just about our police chief, but all of our city employees who are out there every day assuring operations and the safety of our city. I'd love for them to be able to do their jobs with confidence without fear of political ramifications, and to see our city administrator with the authority to be able to award positions based on performance, qualifications, and character. In the cases of termination, should it be needed, there are protocols, procedures, orders, and consistency intact, and decisions would be made logistically for the betterment of our city versus a political chess match every 4 years. As a newly elected official, it's one thing to see these things as a private citizen and feel the structural organization of this method of government doesn't make sense. But to have an outside professional such as Detective Hahn come to our city and make these same observations and voice these same concerns was extremely validating that this concern is legitimate, warrants further conversation from the board, and more importantly, change. Again, for the record, I've requested the mayor higher fire authority be added to the agenda for tonight's meeting for discussion, and the mayor has removed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Haas.
I may steal some of Vice Mayor No's thunder, but, sorry. I want to thank everyone who donated to the Senior Center yard sale. Did I steal your thunder?
No.
Oh, I didn't? Oh, okay. Those who donated and everyone who came out and purchased treasures, we appreciate it, and the food was awesome as always with Melissa's famous banana pudding. So thank you all for supporting, and we look forward to seeing everyone in the future. Thank you.
Vice Mayor No.
I just want to say about all the police officers in attendance, and after the award ceremony tonight, I was thinking about how you men and women do as Officer Colazo did. When I hear a gunshot, I go under my bed. When you guys hear it, you go towards it. And that's, I hear a lot of people talking about police officers and putting them down and badmouth them, and I can say it here in a public forum that those people have no guts. It's easy to talk about it, but it's hard to get out there and do it. So I want to thank you. And Michael was definitely stole the show tonight. That's all I got, sir.
Well, first I want to remind the board and the public about the special meeting on May 8th at 6 p.m. to discuss the floodway and flood fringe districts. We will have a public hearing for that. So please make sure to either tune in or come out to that. First, I want to thank the community for the outpouring of support for our police department. We lost Lieutenant Bob Hayes, and very good man, been with our department for many years. So thank you to everybody who has lifted up his family and this department through that whole situation. Do want to remind people we've got the zoning ordinance meetings, like Alderwoman Hobbs mentioned. This is very important. Planning Commission spent a number of years working on it, and this modernizes a 30-year-old plus document for the city. So let's absolutely show up and look at the recommendations and see if there needs to be any tweaks to it. This is just to let everybody know, starting this summer, you will start to see the special census kicking up for the city. We are doing a special census because the national census really didn't have boots on the ground here, and so we want to make sure that an accurate reflection is done of our city population. So they will be coming to your door. There will be some mailers. There will be all kinds of information, so please be sure to check towards that. We've got the block party on the 13th, as David McGowan mentioned. It's going to have vendors, activities, food trucks, all types of vehicles will be on display. David, do we have a helicopter coming in this year? We do have a helicopter coming in, so Steve, you may need to duck down a little bit. That way it doesn't take a little off the top. But we will have a wonderful time with that on the 13th. It's 11 to 4 p.m. at Veterans Memorial Park. Last I want to say is in our society nowadays, you see at the movie theaters and on TV, movies, television shows that are about superheroes that wear capes, fly around, fight bad guys. Who you saw today, Mr. Colazo, Detective Colazo, is a true hero. He is someone who, mind you, he didn't have a cape, but he was running in there to save lives and to fight the bad guys. So that's what we need to remember as heroes, is that man there. With that, I call this meeting adjourned. Good evening and welcome to the public hearing of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It is May 8th, 2023. It is 6 p.m. Call this public hearing to order. We have ordinance 2023-06, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 5.055 of the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding the floodway and flood fringe districts. If anyone would like to speak, you can come forward. Seeing no one, we will go ahead and close out the public hearing, and we will go straight into the Board of Mayor and Aldermen special meeting. Call this meeting to order. We have a quorum. First order of business is going to be the second reading, ordinance 2023-06, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 5.055 of the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding the floodway and flood fringe districts. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Pass.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yay.
Alderwoman Haas.
Yay.
Vice Mayor No.
Yes.
I vote aye. Motion passes, and with that, that is the end of the meeting. I call this meeting adjourned.
like to call the meeting to order and welcome everybody to the LaVergne Planning Commission May 30th, 2023 meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. Our first item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the April 25th, 2023 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 2, site plan, Seventh-day Adventist Church requested by Asmitech Inc., property located at 271 Jefferson Pike, tax map 18N, parcel 18.01, R2 Medium Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Kentucky Tennessee Conference of Seventh-day Adventist Inc. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. And before we do that, we have a high number of deferrals tonight, so I want to go through those so everybody in the audience can hear as well. So number 3 is a deferral. 4 is a deferral. 6 is a deferral. 7 is a deferral. 9 is a deferral. And 12 is a deferral.
Thank you, Mr. Logan.
So we usually don't have that many, so I just want to go over that. Okay, so this item is the Seventh-day Adventist Church on Jefferson Pike. It's located at 271 Jefferson Pike. And I'll jump here to the maps. So on the screen, you can see the church there. It's on the south side of Jefferson Pike. And then this is a little bit closer view that shows the existing church. It's got houses almost on all sides, 3 sides. Houses are pretty close to it, but the church has been there quite a while. And it is zoned R2. You can see there in that kind of a reddish-brown color. So this is the site plan they've submitted, and of course this plan, you've seen it many times, so I think the staff has finally got what they need and what we want to see this move forward. So they are, you can see the layout there on the screen, and they are proposing an addition to the church, as well as some parking lot changes and driveway changes. And I think most of the comments have been settled for several months, except for some outstanding engineering comments. So that's what we've been waiting on, and I'll turn that over to Mr. Lyden. Thanks.
We worked out the last of the comments, and engineering and utilities both have no further comments.
Perfect. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? We'll entertain a motion if we do not.
Make a motion to approve as submitted.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Our second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes. On to item number 5. Site plan, avenue grading, addition of 8,188 square feet on 4.73 acres, requested by Reagan Smith, property located at 121 Jones Boulevard, tax map 17, parcel 6, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Barlow Builders. Mr. Logan.
So this is the avenue grading site. It's at the corner of Jones Boulevard and Walden Road, and it's outlined in blue on the screen. And coming in, this is a closer view of the property. You probably remember they were doing a 1-story addition, and over the last year or year and a half, that changed to a 2-story addition, which is what they're proposing tonight. So they did, we talked about this 2 weeks ago at the workshop. They did do a fee in lieu, and they paid that with the first site plan submittal. So staff will work with them to refund that fee in lieu of sidewalk, because they would like to install the sidewalk, after all, along Jones. And there is a sidewalk already existing along Waldron, which you can see in this photo. So this is taken from Waldron Road. So you've probably seen the concrete forms and all that were being used when they started construction before they decided to go with a 2-story building. So they did have some architectural comments. They brought the board tonight, and it's up there at the podium. They're using the same materials as a year and a half ago, but of course, with the two-story building, everything changed in relation to the look of the building, so that's now depicted on their board as well. And here are the elevations also on the screen. And there's another view showing some more. This will be the side of the building where it attaches to the existing building. The new addition as it is attached to the existing building. And they've met all the requirements for the overlay now, so they're in good shape with that. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde for the engineering comments.
They've met with us repeatedly. They've addressed all engineering comments and utilities comments. You may have seen there's actually some work going on out there today. They met with us and asked if they could upgrade or fix their erosion control. That's all they're doing out there, so we approved that.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Can we see the board?
Satisfied?
So quick question to staff. So we sorted out the sidewalk. There was discussion at the workshop about an area there, but they're going to do the full sidewalk all the way wrap round?
That's my understanding. They're going to put it up Jones now. Is that correct?
And then let me ask about the color elevations. As far as that side section, it does meet with the overlay requirements.
Which section is that?
The gray section right over there, off as far as, if you look at the top elevation, look at the top image right there, and then you see that side right there. You can see it on that photo. It's on
top left side of the screen. That's the image, right? I mean, that you, Mayor, that you're...
Yes, that's the image I'm talking about. I just know we had kind of a similar situation with, what was it? Was it Charter?
Charter, yeah.
And just want to make sure we're being consistent there. That as far as it meets all the requirements for the overlay.
Well, so generally, when questions of the overlay come up, that authority is given to the Planning Commission. So,
Well, I'm asking, does that currently meet the overlay requirements as they're stated?
well, I think the overlay says that it has to be 80% brick on the front, or excuse me, on any side facing a public street, 80%.
Okay, and is it?
Please.
If that's not brick, it wouldn't be.
No, I mean, is the overall frontage 80%?
That I don't know. It's up to the architect to decide the percentages and submit them. So if they haven't, I didn't see percentages. Do you know if there's percentages in there?
If you would come to the podium, sir, state your name and address, and I'm going to interject for a second once you do.
Eric Paul, Reagan Smith, 315 Woodland Street, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. So quickly before, let's all look at the picture. I'm assuming that gray and darker gray area is not part of the front of the building because it looks like maybe it's signifying the backside of the gray.
That's the existing structure that's out there today.
Okay, so that's going to be 25, 50 feet behind that.
But it's all connected together. So that's just my concern. This is the street facing side. So basically that section's facing the road. That's why I'm asking.
Got you. Yes, sir. So you're following.
Sorry, I'm sorry I didn't bring this up at the workshop. We just didn't have these to work off of. So
So the question is 80% of the frontage of the building stone or mason?
Correct.
I would think so. I don't know for sure, but based on what I'm seeing, it sure seems like 80%. I mean, it's glass is the gray on the front of the building that you see. And then the rest is mason, besides that little bit to the left, that is the existing structure, which they refaced with a nicer kind of metallic finish than before. As far as a new structure, I mean, I'm not the architect, so I don't know the exact percentage, but
with Mr. Logan, could you go back to the front picture of the site? Let's get a,
Oh, the picture.
yes, sir, let's,
Okay.
yeah, see what you're saying, Mayor.
Yeah, because we ran into this also right down the road with
So,
Sherwin-Williams.
there you go, Mayor. That's the section you're talking about to the
Yes.
left there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
The main wall will be covered there, but that
Right.
little section to the left, yeah.
Mr. Logan, your thoughts?
It looks, when I go back to this architectural elevation, it certainly looks like this top part, because the glass doesn't count again, the glass is fine, it's not part of the percentage. So, in other words, this entire monolithic piece would be brick, because the glass doesn't count again, so it's, if we're just looking at this part over here, it doesn't look like that would be more than 20%. But maybe it is. I don't know. I can't tell without.
So that section that bumps out on the left that you're seeing is roughly 23 feet, and then the overall is over 100 feet, so.
Okay, so if it's over 100, 20 would be, yeah, we would be within it. Sorry, I'm wanting to cover our bases.
Just something to learn from for the staff is, on these awkward ones, let's get a percentage written down and get the engineers to come up with a number so we know what the number is.
Yeah. Basically, any forward-facing wall that looks onto a main street, correct?
Yes. Anything as per our overlay guidelines.
So we're all on the same page. Any other questions or comments? Further questions, we'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
A motion to accept, we have a second?
Second.
We have a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
We will move on to first item of business under new business, item number 8. Final plat, Music City Campground, 2 commercial lots on 6.88 acres requested by Womble and Associates. Property has frontage on Murfreesboro Road near Shreveman Boulevard and 73rd Avenue. Tax map 15, parcels 16.02 and 15. C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by Amnon Shreveman. Mr. Logan.
So this applicant's asking for a final plat request. And this location is at the corner of
It's Music City.
73rd. Yeah,
You're on the wrong
I
one.
know, I was on the right one. It jumped a lot. Okay. So this location is the corner of 73rd and near Shriveman, and it also has a little bit of frontage on Murfreesboro Road. You can see there, it's at the top of the screen. This area is zone C2, which is highway service, commercial. And in this photo, it's outlined at the top of the screen in blue. So the owners ran into an issue with an existing property boundary, and that boundary needed to be relocated. So this is a pretty minor plat. All they're doing is moving that line that's along and behind the camper spaces that back up to the shopping center. So you can see better in this image. So we're talking about the area be on the left side of the photo, and then that last row of campers. So all they're doing is moving that boundary, and that's essentially it. So there were no comments from planning, and I don't believe engineering ever had any either. So be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item?
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to item number 10. Final plat, tidal wave addition to LaVergne plat number 2. 2 commercial lots on 3.86 acres requested by Gonzalez Gonzalez Strength and Associates, property located on Murfreesboro Road and Fergus Road, tax map 18, parcel 1.04, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by TWAS Properties LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this location is currently the new Tidal Wave Auto Spa at the corner of Fergus Road and Murfreesboro Road. And as you know, this was just built, so this would have been flown before the car wash was finished. So that's why it's not in this image, but it'll be updated next year. So you can see the Walmart there, the large white box in the center, and all of the parking lot there. And then Murfreesboro Road runs in front, of course, of all the Walmart. So this space, this applicant is requesting to create a second lot. It's part of their remaining property, so it will be adjacent to the Tidal Wave Auto Spa and also to the Walmart property on the north side. So this property is also zoned C2, and the new lot will also be zoned C2, so same zoning. And here's a picture. This is looking north. You can see the Walmart sign roughly in the middle of the photo. And that traffic there, the white truck is on Fergus Road. So this grassy area is the site that we're talking about that would become the new commercial lot. And this is the plat that was submitted by the applicant that shows the new lot. There weren't, this was, it was really in good shape when it came to us and hardly had any notes or comments. There's one tiny comment about the map and parcel, and that was corrected. So there's no outstanding comments. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do I have any questions or comments on this item?
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to item number 11, preliminary plat Arbor Ridge, section 4, 5, 9A, and 10, 227 lots on approximately 86 acres, requested by SEC Inc. Property located on Waldron Road and Blair Road, tax map 32, parcel 4, PDR Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Starlight Homes Tennessee, LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. So in the middle of the screen there, you can see the property. This is Arbor Ridge, and this entire site's about 214 acres, give or take. And this site tonight, that the plat we're dealing with, covers 85 of those 214 acres that are on this side of the road. The commercial tract on the left side is not part of that 214, so it's higher acreage if you add that in. But let's see, zooming in here, you can see a little bit better. So the white building, bottom left, is Rock Springs Elementary. And the area that we're talking about, I've got a photo. If you are on Lake Road and you're coming toward, the school would be on your right. If you tee in to South Waldron, turn right, you go to Rock Springs, and left, you go back toward Blair Road. But straight ahead is some of these phases that are on this plat. And then, of course, I think phase 4 is north of that, so it wouldn't be in that photo. But that's the general area. It's hard to get in there because it's there's no access right now. Nothing's really started, so it's hard to get a good picture. But that is the general area. So the plat that's in your packet shows section 4, which is 46 lots, and then section 5 is 32 lots, section 9A is 44 lots, and section 10 is 105 lots. And all of the planning comments have been satisfied, so I don't know if there's any outstanding engineering, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyden.
All the engineering comments and utility comments have been addressed.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments from the board on this item?
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to item number 13. Set bond amount for Holmes Place, tax map 14, parcel 24, requested by Winfield Associates, R2 Medium Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. This is request to set the bond amount for Holmes Place, and Womble Associates, on behalf of their client, is requesting the Planning Commission to set the bond amount for these improvements at Holmes Place. This does consist of 31 lots on approximately 10 acres, and per the subdivision regulations, the developer has submitted 3 construction bids, an average plus the required 20% contingency, and an estimate provided by the engineer. And this is, if you need a refresher, this is on Jones Mill Road on the north side. It's right next to Lieutenant Frank Walkup subdivision. That completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments on the bond amount? What was the total on that, Mr. Logan, that we're bonding?
$96,000.
Thank you. Questions or comments?
I'll make a motion to accept the bid of $96,000.
We have a motion to accept the stated amount. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And finally, number 14, bonds and letters of credit. Ms. Williams.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Everything with the bond list is up to date. I have reached out to the 2 expiring bonds for June and August, and they're working on that. And that's about it.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Any other questions or comments? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is May 15th, 2023. We do have, we do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. I need a motion for the approval from the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second.
Have a motion to approve from Rick Autry and a second from Jody. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? So I guess we'll get right into it. Who does this? Kathy?
Yep.
For
she'll
Touch
get
a
most
Truck?
of 'em. Yes, sir.
All right, Kathy, tell us about Touch a Truck.
Touch a Truck, the weather worked out for us, thank goodness. It was a little scary there. It was a great turnout. Had the 500 vests and hats, ran out of those. The only thing we heard is we did get a request next year for the Touch a Truck to put all the horns in one section because of some of the displays. The horn were a little close to the other displays, but besides
Did that come from, not to interrupt you, but I'm curious, did that come from an adult or from a kid?
Two adults that actually had displays in the event.
So the kids didn't say nothing about it.
No, but some of the horns, I believe some of the kids may have got scared because they weren't prepared when they walked up and when the horn went off. I know the IMI truck scared Sheila and I. We weren't expecting it. So I think we're going to put some signs up maybe next year just with warnings, horn blowing, be prepared kind of thing. But that's the only thing that we heard as a suggestion for next year. So everything else is positive.
I think the horns are very startling. Every time somebody that cement truck and just pull the horn, everybody's
Yeah.
like,
And I think last year when we had it, it was in the front parking lot, so everything was spread apart.
and that's yeah.
And so, because the horns were honked last year, I think it's just because of how close they were. So we'll make sure to take that into consideration when we map out the displays next year. So.
When I used to drive a truck, my oldest son at that time was 5. And I'd bring it home sometimes, lived in the same house. He would hang on that thing until it ran completely out of air.
Yep.
My neighbors loved me.
Oh, I was nuh-uh. Oh man.
Any comments about the block party?
Yes, I loved it, to tell you the truth. My granddaughter loved it. We went through everything. And then we sat under the gazebo and we had lunch, and then we went back and had dessert, and then we went back home, and she's like, "Can we go back?" And I'm like, "No, we cannot go back. We're good. We're done." But it was really fun. And I have to admit, it was the first block party I went to. So,
Okay.
and now I went to Touch a Truck last year, but combining the both was something good. That was great.
That was exactly what I was going to talk about.
Yeah, and the face painting, that was free, was wonderful.
And we had 3 to accommodate to keep up.
Yes, and also the make your slime for free was
Yes.
something amazing.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, how much does this cost? How much does this cost? And everything, so terrific.
Good.
And they loved it. And we're still playing with the slime on Sunday. I'm like, get that off my coffee table. But it just pulls off and there's nothing there. And it's just perfect. It was great.
Yeah, my grandson loved it. He was 3 pounds shy to jump on the bungee.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
That did not go over well.
Wow.
So
My granddaughter walked by it and said, I don't even want to do it. But that was
overall, as Jody said, I was going to say the same thing. I think putting the block party and the Touch a Truck together was a deal.
Good.
So you guys did good. The Parks and Rec guys were busy, just doing all kind of things, helping people. So
We did get compliments from the vendors on how well organized the guys were placing them and assisting them. So,
I even heard that. Most of the vendors paid pretty decent money.
well, I asked a couple of it, because I was buying stuff,
Yeah.
throughout the whole day, and I'm like, how are you feeling it's going? And they're like, this is really great. We're really getting a lot of activity and,
Good.
I know my wallet was a little lighter when I went home.
right? But that's okay. That's what we want.
Right.
So, I guess we'll move on here, May and June, so we don't have anything till July 4th?
Correct. July 4th is our next event. So nothing for the month of June.
All right, well, let's talk about it. What you got lined up?
All right, gates open at 5:30. The Bueller Band, which is an 80s cover band, is performing. The music will start at 6, and then we'll have the food trucks and activities. 4th of July pretty much takes care of itself because of the fireworks, so it
Do you have
draws
a
the
name for the
crowd.
80s band?
I'm sorry?
A name for the 80s band?
It's the Bueller Band. They don't have one particular band that they cover. It's pretty much
Like
mix
the
of
realm of the
bands.
80s.
Correct.
Gotcha.
So that's gonna be on a Tuesday.
Correct.
Oh, boy, I'll be dancing.
Did everybody get that? The music starts at what time?
6 p.m.
6 p.m. and, you're gonna have vendors.
Just food trucks. We have food vendors. We don't have any other types of vendors. Sometimes there'll be a toy vendor with the glow-up toys that
Oh, yeah,
comes.
that's a big hit.
But
What about-
that's the only thing if it's 4th of July oriented.
You're gonna have inflatables.
We're going to have the spider jump come back, and I've requested the obstacle course, and I've not got confirmation on that yet.
All right. Any questions? All right, we'll jump on to my favorite, so I can get out there and run, is Howl at the Moon.
All right, this year it is Friday, August 11th. We've already opened registrations, so they are now open online. We've got 4 registered so far. Check-ins at 6:30, race starts at 8 at the back pavilion at Veterans Memorial. And we are currently looking for sponsors for that event.
Can the sponsors, do they need to call or log on
We
anywhere
have
in
the sponsor
particular?
form online on the LaVergne37086.gov, or they could call. We've got paper forms we can send out as well. Call, email, any of the above.
So on the website, does that give you the company's incentives of why they want to?
Yes, there's a package that's attached on the website, and it shows what they get in return for their sponsorship.
Okay.
So it'll go from the back pavilion to City Hall.
Correct. And then back to the back pavilion.
How far is that? Is that a 5K? Is that a true 5K or?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's certified.
It is certified.
You ran it before?
You're talking about being on the website and stuff. I want to stop here and give Sheila a big kudos because she is awesome on Facebook and stuff, getting that stuff out there, and it even helps remind me so I can share it. So she does a great job with that.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, Lord, the carnival.
Carnival's coming back August 24th through the 27th. Right now, we're showing weekdays are going to be open from 5 to 10 p.m., and then weekend days, noon to 10 p.m.
Same one.
Same carnival company, correct?
Are you,
So,
Go ahead.
are you doing the same incentives, like doing the giveaway?
that's not in the plans right now. Last year, it was pretty much in celebration of our 50th anniversary is why we did that
Oh, I
last
see.
year.
Mhm.
So this year, it's just, so far, just offering the carnival to the public. It
Okay.
is 5 to 10 on weeknights and noon to 10 on weekends. I believe it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday this year. So,
Do you know anything about that pricing thing? They're going to do the same thing, or
They
do
have
we
not-
know yet?
they've not given me the pricing information yet.
Yeah, I didn't have any problem with it other than the understanding part of it.
I thought it was quite expensive.
I think last year maybe 4-hour increments is what they did their armbands for, I believe.
Every ride?
Well, you got the armband, and then I believe that armband was only good for 4 hours, if I remember correctly. So I'm not sure how they're gonna present it this year.
Well, last year, if the armband was good till 4 and you came at 3:30, you only got
30 minutes.
30 minutes, and then you had to pay that other price, which I know they're here to make money, but I also know that there was some confusion about it. And at the same time, if you want to plan it, you need to plan it to where you're going to be there at 12 o'clock and get your full, which I know also sometimes that's not possible, but you can't meet everyone's needs.
Right.
It's just impossible.
Right.
So you can go to the 6 o'clock maybe, and then go further. So
Yeah, that's,
3:30 or 4 o'clock and
Yeah.
go further.
that's
Yeah.
why I say it's,
Know your time.
you know, kind of, you have to plan ahead.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, that's next. Fall Festival.
All right. Fall Festival is September 15th and 16th. 15th, we are still working on the Prince Band contract, so we've not got that finalized yet. And then just the traditional parade ending in the park, 10 o'clock parade, and then the festival itself will end at 3:30. We're not going to be doing a Saturday night concert this year.
So there's no concert in the park at all?
Friday night.
Oh, there is, okay.
Right.
So this is September 15th.
September 15th, right. We're trying to get a Prince cover band right now, so we're still working on that contract, but we will have a concert that Friday night.
And just to put it in terms, in case anyone's catching this on YouTube, by the time 3:30, 4 o'clock rolls around on Saturday, especially with the heat, people are beat down and dead. The last couple of years that we have spent good money to have those bands there, the 100 or so of us that came out, we enjoyed it, but it's hard to justify to spend that kind of money for 100 people. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
So I know some people ask about it, and, you know, that's why, even though it was nice and I enjoyed it, I know you were there, Rick, everybody was there, and we enjoyed it, but to put on a big show like that and spend that money for 100, 125 people is just not realistic. And like I said, at the end of the day, by 3:30, 4 o'clock, man, people are beat.
Tired,
down.
they're going home.
Hot.
Yeah.
Hot. And my favorite, man, I'm so ready for a homegrown mater. Farmers Market.
All right, Farmers Market, we've moved it to Tuesdays, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. The market runs from June 6th to August 29th. We are still receiving registrations. We've got a couple in the last few weeks as well. I believe we got one of the signs out today advertising the farmers market as well. And we have put it on Facebook, and we'll share it again. So registrations are trickling in.
It's starting June what?
June 6th, the first Tuesday in June, and it'll
Right
go
after-
through the last Tuesday in August.
So right after Memorial Day.
Correct.
Yep.
3 to 7.
3 to 7, and it's at the same location up here at the City Hall
Yes.
complex.
That's good.
I'm excited. Always, every year.
You're always taking live videos.
Hey, when it comes to food, I get excited.
Yes, you do.
Any comments about Farmers Market? All right, we will move on to, well, our next meeting will be June the 26th. Is that right?
Because of Juneteenth,
Oh, that is right.
we had to move it to next weekend.
Can we talk about that? Juneteenth? How's that going?
She is getting the Bicentennial Pavilion here because we already had a tournament scheduled in the park by the time they locked in their date.
Okay.
So they're going to do it on the 17th, which is that Saturday instead of the 19th. They're going to get the Bicentennial area down here from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. is when they're planning their event.
So when you say planning their event, what event is it?
It's a Juneteenth celebration.
Okay.
Shamil Balbalosa, did I say that right?
Correct.
She has done it a couple of years. I think she missed last year, maybe the year before.
It's 2 years, once for COVID and then once because she had to move and she's trying to get back. And I know that her and Hope Oliver are working together. So we need to, that is a city-sponsored event, correct? Not this year, but we're working on it.
We are working on it. We're not officially sponsors, but we're going to do what we can to help them out. So
We're going to do some advertising and stuff.
I'm not 100% sure we can do that. I think we told her we were pretty much going to be hands off that since it wasn't a city-sponsored event. We were kind of limited at what we could do. And she knew that when we met with her at the office because it was so late in the game. We weren't even sure they were going to do anything until probably 2 months ago. And by that time, we already had the schedule made for the summer at the park. So we couldn't see putting them in a pavilion on a ball tournament weekend because there's just too much traffic up there for that. So they opted for this down here, which was a better option for them.
All right. Mr. Rick, got any comments, sir?
No, I think we covered everything.
All right. Mr. Giles?
No, sir. I will say Touch a Truck was a good experience for myself. I had my granddaughter out there earlier today. She had a good time.
Yeah, I would concur with that because just putting both of them together, the block party and the touch, because I did the touch truck last year, and it was fun, very hot, but very fun. But this had more things going on. I mean, there was a lot there. I could hear the music. There was all these vendors. We did everything, and we were there for the full 4 hours, pretty much. We got there at 11. We didn't leave there till 3, and it was great. So, good luck. Good job. Good job.
Well, I didn't get no smoked bologna sandwich from Biggins,
Oh, so you're now not happy.
so I wasn't happy about that. It was my own fault, but that's beside the point. I'm still not happy about it.
Well, you're just following your grandson.
But as usual, you guys, Parks and Rec, do a great job. Mother Nature, as Kathy said, smiled on us. It got kind of sticky and humid, but, it's that time of year. So I want to say that I'm really glad to see the board members coming out to these events. That's always a big plus. So hopefully by July 4th, we will have another big event. So until then, I will see you all on June 26th right here in the boardroom at 6 p.m. I call this meeting adjourned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, May the 30th at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum. If you would review the minutes from the March 28th regular meeting and review, and if any questions or comments, please let me know. If not, we'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
A motion, accept.
I second.
We have a second. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Minutes carry. New business. Request for a variance to height restrictions in the LaVergne zoning ordinance property located at 703 Walden Road, tax map 29, parcel 22.02, R3, high density residential zoning district, parcel owned by John M. Gillen Living Trust. Mr. Logan, give me your report, please.
Thanks. So this request is for a variance to the current height restriction for the R3 district that's listed in the zoning ordinance. And this property is at 703 Waldron Road or South Waldron Road. And this property, as some of you all know, has already had a concept plan approved for a large subdivision. And then the front part of this acreage that touches Waldron Road would be for apartments. There's an apartment development as part of that concept plan that was approved. So that's the area that the applicant's requesting be that they get a variance for that area. So in this photo here, it's to the west or the left side in the image, and that's the approximate area where the apartments would be built. By the way, this does go now by Mission Hills, if I didn't mention that. So it was 703 Waldron for a long time, and now it's called Mission Hills. So this map gives you a little bit closer look of the area. It's about, the whole tract is about 120 acres, although the variance would just be for the apartment section. And then this is a zoning map, so green on that map is R3, which is high density residential. And of course the orange is R1, low density residential, and then to the north of the side is R2 at Woodland Hills, which is medium density residential. And this is a photo. Waldron Road is to the left in this photo, and then the wooded area to the right is the actual parcel. And there's another view there, the gate. It goes back into the tract. So currently in R3, the zoning ordinance allows 35 feet of height, but this applicant would like to go up to 48 feet in height. So the zoning ordinance that's under review that will likely be adopted later this year would allow exactly this situation that they're asking for, which is there'll be a cap on stories, which is 3 stories, but they can build up to 50 feet. So, one development might be able to do 3 stories at a different height, and then other developers might want a taller building, but 3 is the cap, or 50 feet, whichever comes first, for the new zoning. So it's not in effect currently, it's still 35 feet in R3 currently. And I think that covers everything. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Do you have an applicant here? Stand up to the podium if you will, please, and raise your right hand and swear you in. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Terry Rasmussen, 2000 Mallory Lane, Franklin, Tennessee.
Any questions from the board, from the applicant?
How far back into this development will these apartments go?
Total of 50, I think it's 23 acres, so the buildings do not go past what is the current existing pond. Some of the walking trails and things like that do go up around the pond, but the actual buildings themselves will sit just to the west of the pond.
Is that considered a wetland?
No, it's actually a stream is what it is. The beavers have dammed it up, and so we're going to restore it back to a stream.
Now, that pond, is that at the bottom of the hill?
Yes. Yes, it's actually a low spot in the property.
So I have a couple of questions. So the 35 feet, so the actual building or the rooms themselves meet that requirement? It's just the roof line that is...
So since this zoning is somewhat old and most of the other municipalities have kind of changed it, when you do even a 9-foot ceiling on 3 floors, that gets you to 30 feet because you got a 1-foot floor in between the ceiling and the floor above it. So you're at 30 already before you put a roof on it. If you were to do 8 feet, then you're at 9 with 3 floors is 27. By the time you put, a decent sized pitch other than 4 to 12 or 6 to 12 pitch, then you could meet the height requirement. But the problem that most people have today is the steam that builds up in the showers and things like that. You need a little bit more room for height within each apartment. And that's the reason we're asking. And that's the reason you're probably going to the new zoning or design standards, I should say.
Could they not put vents in the bathrooms?
They do, but it just still, obviously we put it, it's just not adequate. There's not enough space between where the shower head is and the ceiling.
What kind of setback from the street are the apartments going to be?
Remind me, 35? No.
I'd have to look.
That's a good
maybe
question.
40.
I know there's 15-foot side yards, so there's 30 feet between building. I believe it's 30 feet, but whatever the zoning code requires us to be we're not changing that.
Any other questions for the board members? With that, I'll accept the motion for or against the application.
Mr. Chairman, my issue here is that we're talking about a new zoning that's not been approved. It's likely to be approved, but we don't know. That's stranger things that have happened. It's not what's in our code book, so I am struggling why we would approve this. It's not what's in our book today.
Should we defer?
Well, we have to move it. The application is in today, so it's either yay or nay. But that's your issue. Is obviously the applicant wants to get going with his. No, so we want to move forward. Mr. Logan, any comments on the present zoning and the new zoning?
Well, I think I should mention architecturally, the building is going to look better if the height variance is allowed. And if you drive by on Old Nashville, you'll see, I'm just not a fan of that building architecturally. I don't think it looks great. I don't think it's going to look that good at all. And I think it's the 35 feet that kept that building from looking better. And I think if I don't mention that tonight, I think that I'll regret that I didn't mention it, because there's something to be said for styling and architecture, and the architecture is going to look better with a taller 3-story than making them squat and fat, which is why I think so many cities have adopted the 50 feet. So that's I'm not making a recommendation, but that's how I see it. Another example may be the avenues, on the avenue, it's lifestyle communities. Where the GOAT is in Murfreesboro, that is another example of a taller building that I can't imagine how they would look if they were squat and fat instead of them allowing them the extra height. That's just that's an architectural, viewpoint.
One thing I would like to mention, the biggest issue, even if you were to keep the ceiling heights inside 8 feet, which we wouldn't, but the pitch of the roof, we'd end up doing a 412 pitch, which means, for every, you'd go across for 1 foot, you'd raise 4, so you wouldn't see the roof. You would see a flat roof building with a real short, every balcony would be stacked on top of each other, and it just, to Bo's point, it would not look what we would want it to look like.
With that said, I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second? With that, I'll make the second. Any more discussion before we vote? Because obviously, Charlie, you want to say something?
I don't feel comfortable voting yea on this based on the new zoning requirements that have not been voted on.
Okay. With that, then we'll go for a roll call vote. We'll start there then.
I approve, yes.
No.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, on to number 2. Is the request for variance of parking regulations, LaVergne zoning ordinance, property located at 703 Walden Road, tax map 29, parcel 22.02, R3 high density residential zoning district, parcel owned by John McGillan Living Trust. Mr. Logan, report please.
So this is the same area of town, same site. Excuse me, I'm trying to, now it's all upside down.
You get a view, rotate and slide over to the right there. Whenever you're on rotate
You can
view.
just click on it and click
There you go.
That gets it there.
One more time.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so it's the same site, 703 Walden Road, and the same pictures, of course. This variance is for the parking, and of course there's a zoning map again, same zoning, R3, high density residential. So this is a chart, and this shows the parking. And the current zoning ordinance says that each dwelling unit must have 3 parking spaces. So if you have 100 apartment complex with 100 units, you'd have to have 300 spaces. And then for single family, it's the same, also 3 spaces. And the garage in single family will count toward one of those spaces. And that's the current ordinance. So this top, if you go to the top of this page, there's 113 one-bedroom units, 179 two-bedroom units, and there's only 32 three-bedroom units. So the total proposed is 324. Then that middle column, you see 333. So that's what I just mentioned, that it's the same no matter if it's single-family or multifamily. So the 3 times 113 would result in 339 parking spaces for all the one-bedroom units. Then the 179 for the two-bedroom units times 3 equals 537. And then 32 three-bedroom units times 3 is 96, 96 additional. So their total there, that 972, is if you take all the 324 and give them 3 parking spaces each, you get just shy of 1,000 spaces. The future zoning would show the parking standards as shown in the middle here. So for the 113, the new parking would be 1.5 spaces for a total of 170 parking spaces. Then the two-bedroom units times the 2.2 multiplier would equal 394. And then the three-bedroom units spaces actually goes up from 3 currently to 3.3 for 106. So the total spaces would be 669 instead of the 972. And the applicant, the bottom of the page, that chart shows that the applicant's asking for, of course, the bedroom counts are the same. And you see the 1.5 and the 2.2 and the 3.3 match the middle. So they're basically asking for what is being proposed in the new zoning ordinance, which would be in effect if it passes later this year. So roughly they're reducing the parking overall for the whole site by about a third, give or take about a third. And I think that covers it all, so I'll be glad to answer any questions.
The applicant here this evening, if you would, step up to the podium. Raise your right hand if you would. You want to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please take your name and address for the record, please.
Terry Rasmussen, 2000 Mallory Lane, Franklin, Tennessee.
Any comment on what Mr. Logan said in his report?
It's kind of the same thing as what we just spoke about. When the apartments were built 30 years ago and this zoning was in place, it was mostly 3 bedrooms. And now that's shifted away from 3 bedrooms to a lower bedroom count, overall lower number of people that's in it, therefore you need less parking. So again, we tried to just stick with what is going to be changed. We're not asking for anything more than that. And the reason why is because we really only have 10% 3 bedrooms. We don't have an enormous amount of 3 bedrooms where you'd have, maybe a family in there. So, and it's again, what the zoning is moving towards, not just here, but in other places, and probably why you're looking at it.
Any question from the board members?
We have several houses in our neighborhood that people have 6 and 8 cars.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's a single-family home.
Correct.
But these being apartments, I can't see that wouldn't happen there as well.
I don't see
Would
how.
that provide an adequate for the overflow, or if they have guests or parties or something like that? Will this provide enough parking?
Our studies show it will. I mean, at the end of the day, you're not going to have everybody having the same number of people there at the same time. And therefore, your 1 bedrooms typically are going to have 1 or 2 people. They could have 2 cars, very possible. 2 bedrooms probably are only having 1 or 2 cars. So when you take that total average together, 1.5 and 2.2, obviously you're over 3. And then we went 3.5 or 3.3 for the 3 bedrooms. So I think from where you are in the old design standards to where you're going in the new design standards, I think per bedroom, we're actually a little bit higher.
Mr. Logan, just a comment back to our present rules. Have we had any issue with the apartments that we have? We have an issue. Is there too much parking? Is that such a word, or are we where we need to be with the present requirements?
I don't think, since I've started working, I've never heard, I haven't heard of a complaint that there's too little parking. Too much parking comes into conversations about, green design and low impact design and environmental sensitivity. So clearly, less concrete means less stormwater runoff and that type of thing. Y'all follow where I'm going with that. It's more environmentally friendly to have less parking on everybody and on the city in general. But I hear those kinds of things, but I don't really get a lot of calls about apartment parking as it is right now.
Other comments from the board? So it looks like the present zoning is 972, and they're going to 669 is the proposal. So just want to get people's comments. Anything else you want to say
I think
about
it has the possibility of being too restrictive if you have guests that come over for the one, because I've been to places where if it's a weekend and everyone's there and you go to see family, there's nowhere to park, or you have to walk halfway around the complex just to get to where you need to go.
Comments?
My issue is the same. We're voting on new zoning that's not been approved.
My question is there room for other parking?
There would be more room for more parking, as Bo said, though, then the open space shrinks. I mean, we're not asking for a change in the zoning. We're just asking for a change in design standards. So yes, I mean, the open space would shrink because we're not obligated to have that much open space. But again, I would like to reiterate that, if you look at what this zoning design standard was passed on years ago, predominantly is 3 bedroom. So it made sense to have three spaces per bedroom. We actually are higher than that. If you just look at the number of bedrooms we have, we're above 3. So that's why we're asking.
So I'll go back to the other direction is if the board is leaning towards saying it's too little, I think it'd be fair to let the applicant know a number that we would accept if it is different from the present rules and regulations. That's my comment.
And I was actually doing the math before. I think we're more like 20%. I don't know exactly, but we're roughly 300 less on, so it's probably, yeah, it's probably 28%. I didn't do the math, but somebody.
Any other comments? 'Cause it's a difficult one, gentlemen, but that's what we're here to do, is to make some decisions. That's what we're here to do.
Could you make the parking around 800 spaces? Would that
I
be
couldn't,
doable?
without doing a design, I couldn't answer that question right now.
So what you're doing there, Charlie, is basically splitting between the 972 and the 669, is that what we're trying to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so. Yep.
I would think it maybe 700 would be adequate. That would give you extra for the extra parking in the event that they do have parties or something going on, or block party or whatever.
That's less than 10%.
So it's all not be an accurate number. Let's be at least given a range. I think will be fair. Any comments on that? I understand your position. What's your any thoughts?
I'm okay with as is.
Okay. Okay. All right then. Well it's an awkward one. So let's go ahead then. I'll accept the motion one way or the other to accept the variance request as submitted.
I second.
Well, I'm so you make. You gonna make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay.
Aye.
No.
No.
Aye or no? So you're
What was the question? I'm sorry.
so you voted for or against?
As it sits?
As it sits. So as the applicants put in, so the 669.
No.
Okay. With that, the motion fails. I think you've heard the comments.
Sure. Yep.
I think if you review, you've heard different numbers kicked out. If you could perhaps review that and then get back with Ms. Logan, we can go forward from there.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Thanks. With that, I'll call the meeting adjourned.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching, for listening. We got a great show lined up for you today. We're hanging out here at Buffalo Ridge Refuge before a squirrel hunt that we're going to be doing here in West Tennessee tomorrow. So this is a fun conversation we're going to have around the table here. Mr. Don King's helping me co-host.
Yeah, Jason, I'm excited about this episode. That's kind of takes me back to where I started, squirrel hunting.
There you go.
Yeah, squirrel hunting 101, yeah.
I think most people start there.
I think you're right, yeah.
Well, before we dive into this conversation and meet these folks, do you want to touch on some of the promotions around the radio?
Yeah, you know, we're up to 24 radio stations now across the state, and we're growing our TV list too. The community stations across the state are really embracing the show, and we appreciate that. And thanks to Todd for making the show visually compelling, you know, and more so than just us standing here talking.
Exactly.
And but we appreciate that, and appreciate all the help we get across the state for spreading the word.
Yeah, and if you're not a radio listener or a guy who watches TV, gal who watches TV, find us out there on YouTube. We're on Instagram. We're on Twitter. You can follow us on your favorite podcasting app. So just however you ingest media, find us out there.
We're everywhere.
We're everywhere.
Yeah.
But today I'm excited to have Eric Morris with us from Non-Typical Outdoorsman and Jim Cucarudo from the Outdoor Stewards of Conservation Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
Jim's been with us before, but this is Eric's first time, and I'm excited to have these guys on the show with us and just talk outdoors and learn a little bit about you, Eric, and the stuff that you're in town for. You're here in Tennessee to hunt this week, I'm excited.
Hey, first off, Eric, thank you for your service to our country.
Oh, well, you're more than welcome.
Appreciate
You're
you.
more than welcome, Don.
Very much.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for that, and then we'll dive into some of that.
Yeah,
too while we're
yeah.
at it. But yes, thank you. Well, Eric, I guess tell the listeners and introduce yourself. Kind of tell them who you are.
All right.
And we'll dive in some more.
All right. Well, hey, y'all. My name is Eric Morris, and I am the producer and host of Non-Typical Outdoorsman TV, the most diverse outdoors show on the planet. And, I specialize in introducing people to hunting. I have a personal passion for getting more minorities involved in hunting, shooting in the outdoors. So I'm a 3-time Army combat veteran, as you mentioned, Don,
Yeah.
my service. So
Yes.
that's what I do. And I also work with Jim to help introduce more industry personnel to hunting and to get them to have their employees to come with someone when it comes to hunting. So that's what I do. I mean, I eat, sleep, live the outdoors. This is my job. This is what I do.
Have you always been an outdoorsman?
I have. And I always tell the joke. So those who may have heard me say this before will know what I'm about to say. But my daddy just quit asking if I was his son about 2 years ago. Because, I am, completely different. He likes to farm and have gardens. He likes to work on old cars.
Yeah.
But when it comes to going into the woods, he's not that kind of guy. And so with me, I've always grown up this way. He taught me how to shoot when I was 8 years old with a BB gun. And so I go out, and I have always, loved the outdoors. And my parents, sometimes during the holidays or whatever, when I'm over there, they were like, hey, remember that time when Eric used to want to be an Indian? I'm like, hey, I still do. Because, growing up, I love the outdoors. I mean, I just immersed in nature.
Yeah.
And so now, when I grew up, I wasn't in the country all the time. I was right there in town. But I would roam the woods, every chance I got.
So was there anybody in particular that kind of guided you through the first time or got you into the hunting aspect of it?
Not really. I kind of like, trial by failure sometimes, and trial by error sometimes, because when it comes to hunting, I always wanted to hunt. And I know that it's not correct and politically correct to shoot game birds like robins and cardinals and blue jays, but that's what many of us kids shot growing up, because we want to hunt something. But with the squirrel hunting, tying back into this event we're going to do this weekend, the squirrel hunting is where I cut my teeth on it. It was when I did not shoot my first deer until I was 30 years old. And so that was, several years ago, many years ago. But I had people that, mentors and people that I would kind of latch on to. And they would, kind of show me the ropes, because squirrel hunting is different from big game hunting. I did not shoot my first deer until I was 30 for a reason. because you don't hunt deer and bear like you hunt squirrels. So I was just out there just wasting time.
So where was this first time, or these early years? Where'd you grow up?
Talladega, Alabama.
Okay.
Born and raised. I'm straight country.
Yeah.
So born and raised in Talladega, Alabama. And most of my hunting stemmed from the neighborhood. Every patch of woods around, I was in them. You know, people's backyards. I did not shoot my deer, like I said, till I was older, but I shot my first deer on my parents' property.
Okay.
They bought some land out in the country.
Okay.
We moved from town out to the country, and I shot my first deer there. But since that time, y'all, I've been all over the world literally hunting.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I was browsing your website and some of your social media and things like that, and I saw you have been doing some safaris and things like that.
Yeah.
Those are pretty cool. Is that part of the TV show, or was that beforehand?
It is. It's part of the TV show because part of my intro when the show comes on, I say I'm all about showing the things and people we don't traditionally see. So I like to show the things that show people who look like me out there hunting. Say, hey, you hunt too. And so I go all over hunting, and I like to show different aspects because some people who have television shows and hunting shows, they only want to do deer hunting. It's only so many deer hunts you can watch before you get bored. I love duck hunting. I'm an avid duck hunter.
Yeah.
But you can only watch so much duck hunting outdoor shows before you say, okay, I want something else. So I keep it mixed up with hog, bear, deer, African safari game, small game. If it breathes, flies, or swims or crawl, I'll hunt it. So, yeah.
Well, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah. And you say, well, people like me that look like me don't hunt a lot. Why do you think that is?
Well, the thing is, we do. A lot of minorities do hunt.
Right, yeah.
I've oftentimes said, Jason, we're just not shown. We're not showcased. You don't look and see something like this and see a black person on there. Like I said, and we may get this later on, though, but when I created the show, it wasn't because it was my lifelong dream to be, to have my own outdoor show. Every hunter out there dreams of having their own show. Not me. I looked around and I said, you know what? I'm all for equal opportunity. I'm all for, integration, but I don't see any black people on outdoor shows. Why is that? And I've grown up watching them all day. I'm the kind of guy that would sit in front of Pursuit Channel or Outdoor Channel all day, all weekend.
Yeah.
Only get up to use the bathroom and get something to eat and come back and watch TV all day. And so after a while of not seeing someone who looks like you start to wonder and say, you know what? Why is that?
Yeah.
But we do hunt. I would say that we do hunt. There are some stigmas out there where some black people believe that black people don't hunt. And I like to address those kind of people, right up front. And say, well, yes, we do. Just because you don't see us on magazine covers, just because you don't see us on TV or on podcasts, don't mean that we don't hunt.
Yeah.
And so that's a whole other topic as to why they, some black people don't want to hunt. I mean, they have a certain education status, and they kind of turn their nose up and look at hunting as just something beneath them. And I like to, grab them by the back of the pants and snatch them back and say, hey, this ain't beneath us. This is what we do. I'm a retired major from the Army, college educated, and I love hunting.
Yeah.
And so sometimes it's all about how hunting is actually portrayed and how people see themselves reflected and depicted in hunting. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's I like how you're all about getting people out there and helping those people who may grew up in the city and not in the country and not familiar with it. You're all about getting them out there and teaching them how to get out there and enjoy the outdoors.
Oh yeah. I know. I just did a event because I have the television show, then I have a nonprofit, both by with a similar name. This is Non-Typical Outdoorsman TV. My nonprofit is Non-Typical Outdoorsman Incorporated. Okay. And the Non-Typical Outdoorsman Incorporated, where we spend more time in the community's grassroots efforts, introducing people to hunting, shooting, the outdoors, and so forth. So this past weekend, Saturday morning, we did an event in Macon, Georgia, and we had 5 kids and 2 sets of parents. And initially, that event was going to be just for the kids. And so they was, shooting, and then it didn't take them long. I believe in teaching kids how to shoot the right way with open sights versus a scope.
There you go.
Because you give them a scope, you're going to handicap them.
That makes them tough. Makes it tougher.
That's right. And so once they learn the fundamentals of shooting with an open sight, it's easy. So they kind of got that down pat, and the parents sitting there with their cell phones out and everything. And I said, you know what? Parents, get up here, let you shoot too. And so 2 of the parents were from upstate New York. And one guy had shot a handgun, a rifle, but not a shotgun. His wife had never shot a rifle. She shot a handgun, but no rifle. And you'd be surprised, y'all, at how competitive some women are. You get them up there, and they outdid their husbands.
Oh yeah. Every time. Every time.
And one of the husbands, he was a friend of mine. He got upset. Hey, why you always gotta be so competitive? Because she like, see, I shot more time than you did. Because Shooting steel, we had the little steel targets. Shooting steel is fun.
Oh, yeah.
Because you get that reactive. You know, a lot of times I like to have a clay target or a can. Yeah. I sometimes take a can and shake it up for that, for that report. But you take that steel, they hit it, bing, and so that became addictive. So they were seeing how many times they can hit it straight. But I'm all about introducing people to shooting, hunting, the outdoors, dogs, guns, the whole nine.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is great. Well, Jim, thanks for being with us again. You've partnered with Eric on this and through some grants that you acquired. Tell us a little bit about how that all came together and how the Outdoor Stewards of Conservation ties in with all
Well,
that.
thanks for having me again. I love being on Tennessee Wildcast, and I love the way you say Wildcast. So, but yeah, Outdoor Stewards Conservation Foundation is a nonprofit organization, and one of the ways that we can, get some funds is through some grants through the federal government, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. So I've known Eric for 10 years. I actually met him 10, 12 years ago at a conference where he's talking about diversity, and here we are 12 years later talking about diversity.
Right.
So, and we had when I started Outdoor Stewards, I put a board together and asked Eric to be on that, and he's one of our board members. And we were talking about, how can we move the needle and get more people involved? And that's through, volume of showing diversity, in the outdoors. And, through my background working with the industry, the Smith & Wessons and the Troys and the Mossbergs of the world, we figured let's pull them in and recruit from within. So we had this idea, let's, do 6 episodes of Non-Typical Outdoorsman TV. Let's recruit from Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agencies, a first-time hunter. Let's recruit from the industry. And Tennessee, this is where everybody wants to be, right? Smith & Wesson is building a plant down here, moving from Massachusetts. Troy Industries just moved from Massachusetts 2 years ago.
I did a show with them not long ago.
There's a pattern here, right? Like everybody wants to come to Tennessee. So we're introducing some folks, to squirrel hunting from the industry and the agency. And then the goal of this grant project is to then have TWRA say, hey, here's the story of Emily, and we asked her to come with us, as Eric mentioned. The key word is come with.
Come with, yeah.
Right? And then you guys can then challenge your customers and say, hey, this is a great experience. It feels good to be a mentor. Why don't you introduce somebody to the sport of hunting, fishing, or target shooting? Tell us your story, and then maybe you guys can incentivize that with whatever free hat or something like that. But you'll get some content that you can use. You're engaging your customers, and then we bring the industry in, and they're really good at marketing, right? So they can then take this and reach out to their customer base. So 2 people, hopefully, can reach millions of people with this. That's the goal of it, and we're excited about it. We did the first episode down in Texas a couple of weeks ago with Texas Park and Wildlife and Primary Arms. Had a great show. So
excellent show.
I know it's going to be tough to beat, but I like the lineup we have here. And squirrel hunting is how I grew up doing it. So, and I haven't squirrel hunted in 30 years, so I'm excited to be a bystander and watch this happen. So we're excited.
All right. Well, I know Emily comes from an ag background, so so she spent time outdoors and that kind of thing. But I know she's really looking forward to this opportunity tomorrow to go on the squirrel hunt.
Good. I hope we get a lot. I think we will.
Yeah,
I think we will.
And you're going to be able to watch this episode like early October, right? This one's going to air.
Yep. It should be the first Saturday in October because I'm going to do episode 1, which I'll talk about how the show all came to be, along with a few other things, and then the following week on Saturday it'll be this episode right here that we're about to do
on the Pursuit Network,
on Pursuit channel, right? Comes on Pursuit.
Well, you mentioned, Jim, that it's the never-ending struggle. You met each other 12 years ago, and you're still talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about what that struggle is, what that's like, and it's just hard. It's hard to get people introduced sometimes to what's great. It's a great thing.
I think it's kind of second nature to introduce your siblings, right? My sons, of course, that doesn't count for recruitment. That's what you're supposed to do as a hunter, right? So what we're trying to do is reach out to those 60 million hats, right? Hunters, anglers, trappers, and shooters, and say to them, introduce somebody, ask them to come with you, and that's how we're going to increase participation. Because I did a lot of research over the years and for the outdoor industry, and we know that hunting, we've had some steady declines in hunting over the past couple decades, but we also know the number one way, there's a lot of people on the fence that want to get into the field, and by far the number one way to get them is to have somebody they know and trust say, come with me. Come on, Don, let's go squirrel hunting. Come on, you're not going to say no, right? So and we've done this now for a while, and
it's a cool feeling to be a mentor. And that's the thing we got to tell the audience, you'll feel better having teach somebody to harvest their first animal than for you doing it to the 100th time, or teach them how to fish. I mean, going back to biblical times, right? You know what I mean? And target shooting, that sound of that pling, and they every single time, this is the reaction, right? From that first time when they hit that target. For the radio listeners, they turn around and they smile at you.
Oh, yeah.
And that smile, to see like a 45-year-old guy turn around and smile at you like a 5-year-old kid, it feels really good. So please get out there and introduce hunting, fishing, trapping, or shooting to somebody. Just 2 magic words. Will you come with me?
Yeah. I know my struggles were a little bit different. I know my whole thing is this. I believe in answering the problem, and I'm a problem solver. And so with me, before I started the show, I was like, okay, I hear a lot of, talking and going on about the need to increase to fill the diversity gap, as they called it back 10, 12 years ago. And so, because this is nothing new, when it comes to the minority side of the house, it's nothing new trying to get more minorities involved. It's been going on forever. And so when I came up with the show idea, I was like, okay, here I am, I'm going to retire from the Army. What am I going to do? And it wasn't my idea to have a television show. I started out as a fishing guide. And so, I moved over to the hunting side because I had been taking people on hunts for a while. But my struggle has been getting more industry people involved in what I'm doing, because I'm a guy that's a straight shooter. I'm like, hey, either we're going to do this or we're not.
Yeah.
And so with me, I'm like, I've been doing this 13 years. It seemed like forever, but I've been doing it for a while. And so when I came on up with the idea to have a show, I'm like, okay, that's it. I get the show. I know tons of people, take them out, introduce them. The industry, they can be part of it. They can, let's face it. If you take a new hunter out, they like hunting. They want to buy a gun. If they're or with a Mossberg or a Ruger or Smith & Wesson, then what gun if they learn how to shoot and hunt with that gun, what kind of gun do you think they're going to buy themselves or their kids?
Yeah.
Well, I was in for a big, big disappointment because nobody from the industry was ready to get on board with what I'm doing. I'm still struggling a little bit with that. But, my struggle, I would say the easy part for me is taking people to hunt. I have no problem going across the country, taking people here, taking groups of people here, groups of people there. I do it all the time.
Yeah.
I try to tell people, hey, I do this all the time. Y'all still trying to figure out how to crack the egg. I'm eating French omelets over here because I've been cracking eggs for 12 years, But, that's my struggle. A lot of people say, we don't really know about that. So, I'm kind of over that now because we may get to this later on in the show, but my self-worth, my assurance that my plan, my passion is working and is useful is when I have people across the country calls, hey man, I appreciate you introducing me to hunting. Hey, I'm glad I met you. My sons want to hunt now. My wife want to hunt. And so I don't get my gratification from the industry. I get my gratification from the person in the grassroots community in their neighborhood. Yeah. And I have that all the time. People always, they make me seem larger than life for some reason. But I'm not, I'm just a regular guy.
Well, you've got a lot of folks under you now that are starting to mentor that you taught. And now they're mentors.
Yeah, and the thing about, like I said, I am, I don't sometimes count my, accomplishments, but I've done a lot. And so, when my tombstone is placed over my grave, they'll probably have something cool to say about how much of an impact I made with hunting in minorities.
Yeah.
You mentioned me teaching people, having people under me. Yeah. I'm a hunter education instructor. I was Georgia's top hunter education instructor for 2021. Not to say that I was the best, but I just happened to meet the requirements that they were looking for to select someone. And so what I do, because I'm all about the results. So what I do is I inspire other people and challenge other people to walk the walk like I do. And so I have, I think last count, 7 people I've, motivated and encouraged to become hunter education instructors. Not just to take the class, but to become instructors like me, because it's like a race. I'm racing with them. Like, hey, y'all, keep up with me. This is the standard. This is what you got to do. And so I would tell the whole industry, all your listeners, all your viewers, there's no shortage of minority people who are looking to hunt. Oftentimes, it just starts with hey, come with, as Jim mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
And have the trust issue. I can talk about this stuff forever, but you have to have trust. And they have to have trust in you primarily.
Right.
Because, that's a whole different topic, but they want to hunt. They want to get out there and shoot. They want to be introduced. But they need to trust you first.
Right.
Well, I think it's a great thing y'all are doing here, partnering together, and trying to educate the industry folks, the agency folks, the hunter, just the angler or whatever it may be. And I think pulling all that together, and you can say, hey, we really mean this, and we're legit, you know, and I think those industries, those sponsors and things will kind of come in at that point, you know, once they see that, you know, you're working with state agencies. Right. It's not a game; it's the real deal.
Yeah, well, we'll have some fun too. Either way,
Right. That's right. That's right. That's
Exactly.
right. The bottom line is to introduce people. That's the bottom line, because whether the industry come on board or not, knowing that we made a difference, you know, knowing that we've given people opportunity, because once you plant that seed, then it's just a matter of time before they start planting seeds. One of my, you know, biggest accomplishments, I'm gonna shout him out. His name is Darrell Smith. He has Minority Outdoor Alliance. Darrell was 25 years old when he found me, and didn't have the first idea about hunting. Didn't know nothing about hunting. I taught him how to hunt, introduced him to upland bird hunting, because I got my Chesapeake Bay Retriever out there in the car right now.
Oh, okay.
And so he's getting old, but he's still hanging in there. But I introduced him to upland bird hunting, introduced him to shotguns, to, you know, because some people just don't know. Darrell is what I would classify as the perfect example of what can happen when you introduce an adult to hunting. Right. Because a lot of people focus on the kids. I like to focus on the adults.
Yeah.
Because Darrell has an organization. His organization is doing great. Well sponsored, you know, doing great. And so I'm proud of him.
That's great.
I just got to go plant more seeds to get more people like that out
And
there.
I think you really hit it on the head when you said trust. You know, when you get somebody who can trust you, because they may be looking from the outside thinking, you know, I'd really like to do that, but I just hate to ask dumb questions. You know, I don't want to embarrass myself.
That's not big of a deal, Don, as them knowing that nothing's going to happen to them.
Exactly.
And that's where the trust come in. Because I have people, and I tell people up front, I say, they want to come to me. I'm good, but I can't take everybody in America hunting. You know, I just can't. You know, but I tell people all the time, I say, look, if you want to hunt, there's nothing wrong with going hunting with a white guy, having a white guy take you out. And like, yeah, I know, but I want to go with you. I'm like, well, I can't take you, everybody else. You know, I say, so my thing is, I always say, y'all, is this: the message, a lot of times, is more, in some cases, is more important than the appearance of the messenger. In other instances, the appearance of the messenger is more important. But overall, I would say that the message is more important, because we all are hunters here. We all hunt. I may look a different way, you may look a different way, but the message is we hunt. And so I've taken people out who have never hunted with white guys before. They go out there, guards are up, you know. By the time the hunt leaves, they best friends. They exchange phone numbers, they're making plans to hunt. And so that's what I'm all about, spanning that bridge, that gap, spanning that gap, building that bridge, and getting more people out there hunting together. So that's me.
That's neat.
Yeah, a lot of the mentor things that happen here on this property, you know, it's the women's events, it's the wounded soldier events, it's the kids events, and sometimes it works better when you have women helping instruct, and you have the same color person helping instruct. But we're all hunters, we're all anglers, we love the outdoors, and I think it's great that we can share it any way we can. Jim, can you touch on? I love how you tell this, how you lay it out. But how does funding work for an agency? And it's important for those people to buy a license and get out there and hunt. No, the reason we're doing this is so the legacy lives on, and the outdoors strives and continues. You know.
Yeah. So there's the simplest way to explain how conservation is funded in America is three parts. You've got manufacturers of archery product or fishing poles and lures, guns and ammo, and they pay an excise tax, and that equates to $2 billion a year between archery, guns and ammo, fishing product. And then, of course, you've got the state agencies that are the benefactor of those excise taxes. They get filtered down to TWRA and all the other organizations, getting your hands dirty, making sure I see right outside you guys are planting sunflowers for dove season.
Yep.
So you're managing wildlife and you're managing habitat, right? And you can't do that without funding, right? So the third piece of that is the HATs, the 60 million active hunters, anglers, trappers, and shooters that are buying hunting and fishing licenses and guns and ammo and bows and fishing poles.
Right.
So without them, right, you guys don't exist. You know, the Smith & Wesson's out of business, right? So we need all three parts. Two parts ain't gonna work. One part's not gonna work. You need all three parts again. So, Smith & Wesson Troy here today on the squirrel hunt coming with us. We get TWRA on the squirrel hunt. So that's kind of, one of my, I'm very fortunate to be able to work with both industry and agency over the past decade. So I'm trying to put it to good use and be the matchmaker and get everybody on the same page there, because we've got the same goal. We want to get more people outside, and we want to grow our ranks a little bit. Like I said, hunting's on a slow decline. Target shooting and fishing are doing pretty good, and that's because of some marketing and advertising and recruitment efforts that we've done. But it is harder to do it with hunting, so that's why Eric and I are here, and you've got some great staff. Jen Wisniewski on your staff helps us out tremendously, and there's a lot of people that, it doesn't. All you have to do is ask, for support, and all the agencies love doing it. So it's an easy job, but it's still, we've got a challenge of growing those numbers, because one-on-one mentoring is not a one and done. It's a commitment, and especially on the hunting side of things. So that's what we're trying to teach people is, hey, you're going to get that great experience, but you gotta prepare for the long term. Don't get into it if you're just gonna take somebody out one time.
Well, Don, I know you wanted to hear the story again. We heard it it off air, but
I got to hear about your friend Vincent.
Oh man, because it is a squirrel hunt you're doing tomorrow. So.
Yeah. So this is the perfect time to tell that story.
He's quite the marksman for squirrel hunting, but he hadn't developed a taste that he thought for the animal itself after the harvest.
Right.
So tell us about him.
So as they always say, so see what had happened was, Vince was I did a hunt down in Louisiana with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. One of the refuge hunts I was doing for them. I got contracted to do some introductory type hunts for the refuge. And so Vince, one of the guys' name was Vincent. He showed up, and the whole crew, they were avid squirrel hunters. So they showed up and shot a few. And Vince had mentioned, he said, "Hey, you know what? I shot." I shot 172 squirrels. I'm like, man, your freezer should be full, right? No, man, I don't need that.
That wasn't in one day. That was like
the whole season.
Course of the season.
Yeah. So what he did, he went ahead. He said, "So what do you do?" He said, "I give them away." So the guy who had the squirrel dog said, "Hey, down there help, the guy in the hunt." He said, "Hey, look, I'll bring some squirrels for y'all. Y'all can try them. I'll fry them." He said, "I like to eat mine cold." So he brought in the squirrels the next day, and Vincent didn't want to try any at first, but then he went ahead. He tried one, and he took a bite. He looked around. He said, "You mean to tell me I've been giving away this?" He said, I tell you what, I'm not giving away now another." That's a southern slang, mean no more. Now another squirrel for the rest of my life. And so he cannot believe how great the squirrel actually tastes.
Oh, yeah. It's great.
Part of the recruitment is the food aspect of it, too.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, you'll never get anything as organic as the outdoor, a deer, a turkey, a squirrel, whatever it may be.
Anything wild.
Yeah, it's good for you, and it's fun to chase after them. It's a fun sport, but it'll also feed the family.
It will. Yeah. So. They actually had a rifle, Kentucky squirrel rifle, I think it was. 32 caliber muzzle loader. But so squirrel hunting is a way to sustain yourself.
Yeah. That's cool. Well, we're going to run out of time, but real quick, how do they find your show online?
You can find it by going to Pursuit Channel. Go to my website, www.ntotv.com, and there's information there as to how you can find the show.
Awesome. We'll keep coming back. We'll put a link in the comments down below for Eric's channel and Jim's content as well. And we just appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you guys for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Thanks for having us. All right.
Y'all have fun tomorrow, okay?
Oh, yeah. We're going to knock them out.
This is Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is June 1st, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. I will have the prayer on Tuesday evening. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Haas. You should all have a copy of the minutes from the May 2nd regular meeting, the May 8th public hearing, and the May 8th special meeting. Then next we're going to move on to the presentations. We're going to go in a little bit different order. And Chief Hatcher.
Mayor, Alderman, guests, thank you for being here. If I could get Lieutenant Detective David Durham to come forward, Peter Pimachek, and Detective Joe Timpson. I'm just going to set these here for just a minute, sir. I'm going to go ahead and read this to everyone, until everybody gets in a position of uncomfortness. On the morning of April 19, 2023, deceased Lieutenant Hayes, Robert Hayes, patrol unit was parked in the grass next to CID building in memorial of his passing. The vehicle was decorated with flowers that were provided by members of the LaVergne Police Department, City Hall, and private citizens. At approximately 8 p.m., employees coming to work observed two individuals standing next to Lieutenant Hayes' patrol unit. While standing next to the patrol unit, they were seen taking flowers off of the patrol car. The flowers were put into a black sedan, and the individuals left the area. Once it was realized that a crime had been committed, members of the LaVergne Police Department Criminal Investigations Division immediately began searching for information about this car. Video footage was obtained, and with the assistance of Peter Pimachek from our RT department, a search through the ALPR system, also known as the Blue Sentinel, captured the vehicle and the license plate. Detective Lieutenant David Durham put Detective Joe Timpson on this case, and by 2 p.m. on the same day, investigators with the support from the Patrol Division made an arrest in this matter. One of the two individuals was an adult and was accompanied by a teenage relative. The dedicated work and efforts of these members of the LaVergne Police Department merit being acknowledged and rewarded. The abhorrent actions of the individuals who thought taking flower arrangements from a patrol car being memorialized for the passing of one of our LPD family was not and will never be tolerated in our community. For your swift action in bringing criminals to justice on April 19, 2023, and for your dedication and service not only to the memory of Lieutenant Robert Hayes and his family, but to the city of LaVergne and the entire community. Thank you. I will give each of you a handshake, and then I will present you a award. This is an example of the work that LaVergne does. Every single member of this department, every single member of the department's community, all the firemen, all of the civilian employees, they all care about this community. And this is the one time that we have an opportunity to acknowledge it for us, especially under dark circumstances that we've had. And I'm very, very honored to be the one to get to do that. Thank you.
Chief Beasley.
Looks like tonight's a night of good news and a celebration for accomplishments and actions. Tonight we're going to pin badge on Lieutenant Will Abernathy. He has recently undergone a significant, I would think you would consider a significant interview process, a competitive process to where he came out at the top of the list, and he will be promoted to the rank of fire lieutenant tonight. Well, Kelsey, his wife Kelsey will be doing the honors of pinning the badge. 100%.
You don't draw blood, you're not doing it right.
There we go.
Next, we're going to move on to the summer reading program with the LaVergne Library. Miss Donna?
Oh, here she comes.
Now, Miss Donna, now?
Here she comes.
Not yet. Give them toys and what happens? Good evening, Mayor, Alderman, and Vice Mayor, and everyone here and everyone at home. I really appreciate that the library has the opportunity to talk about our upcoming kickoff, which is going to be happening this Saturday. So Bruce and the mayor gave me permission to come up at workshop and talk a little bit about what's going to be happening on Saturday, and that is Saturday, June the 3rd. Our summer reading theme this year is All Together Now. A little bit difficult to decorate for. Last year was Oceans of Possibilities. We've had Library Rock. You remember Joan Jett came and visited. So, and we've had, science, and the mad scientists came. And so tonight, what I thought we could do, since it's all together now, we have a group of special people who live at the library, who help our children learn letters and sounds. And so tonight, I would like to present the letter people. Would the letter people all rise? There they are. We have letter people all over. So all together now, oh, here comes another letter person. There we are, Miss A. There she is. Okay, so by themselves, let's say the alphabet very quickly. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. By themselves, some of them will make a word like A, I, but together they can make a lot of words. So all together, they can make so many words like kind, K-I-N-D.
It's already been.
I see K. There we go, I-N-D. And how about care, C-A-R-E. Wonderful. What's another word that you think about that talks about our community? So we have kind, care. Love. Love, that's great. So we have L-O-V-E.
Right.
So together, we can make all of these wonderful words, and together we can make a lot of great things happen in the community. So thank you, letter people, for joining us tonight. I'll wave to you all. And thank you to my friends who helped out with the letter people. So I think they're pretty awesome. So summer reading all together now. We're going to start on Saturday with our kickoff. Let's see, did I turn it on? Let's try it again.
Up.
Up.
There, yep. Click the other side.
Glenn, can you
Other
help?
side. All right.
I'll do it for you.
Okay, Glenn, next slide.
There you go.
So this is Saturday. All together now, it's our 2023 Summer Reading Program kickoff event at LaVergne Public Library. It's June the 3rd. It's going to be from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. Now, that's just the very beginning, because our summer reading goes from June 3rd all the way through July 15th. 6 full weeks of great programming. On Saturday, we're going to have mermaids, a bounce house, an inflatable slide. Go back, please. You got excited? Bounce house, inflatable slide, face painting. We're going to have hot dogs and chips while supplies last, games, and so much more. One of the highlights that everyone knows now is our mermaids. The LaVergne Public Library will have 2 beautiful mermaids from Got Mermaid at our 2023 Summer Reading Kickoff. So children and parents can come out and have their picture made with the mermaids, which is always so much fun. All right, next slide. This is like the first week of our summer reading. We're really excited that we're going to have a firefighter story time. You get to meet local firefighters and see their truck and their equipment. We really appreciate working with the LaVergne Fire Department, Fire Rescue Department, and we're going to have 2. It's going to be June 5th, and then at the end, July 15th, and those are at 10 a.m. We'll start in the Storytime room, and we'll end up in the parking lot. Next slide. Sidewalk Chalk Family Fun. Each Monday afternoon at 1 p.m., we're going to try to do some family activities. This will be a lot of fun. We have lots of sidewalks around there. We'll be putting up tents to help cover and give a little shade, because at 1 p.m. it's pretty hot. And we'll have water and snacks, so it'll be a great time. Next slide. Kids Crafternoon. This is a continuation of what we do throughout the year. Usually we do it once a month. Miss Becky is going to be doing it once a week. So every Tuesday at 5 p.m., we're going to have Kids Crafternoon. Our first one will be build a mosaic earth, decorate a flower pot, and plant your own seedling. Something we can do all together. A new program this year. We have, Danny has joined us at the library, and Danny Anderson, not the Danny. He would like to.
He was looking around.
Danny has had success with Dungeons and Dragons, a game that uses dice. So we're going to be starting that. He's going to have 2 different groups. One will be teens, which is ages 13 to 17, and the other one will be tweens, which will be younger than 13. And that's going to be, the teens will be the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays, and the tweens will be the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays. Did I say Thursday? Tuesdays. Okay, next slide. Of course, Bruce Amato. Good old Bruce is going to be back with us. He is our first entertainment of the summer reading. Magical entertainer Bruce Amato at the LaVergne Public Library, June the 7th at 10 a.m. Most of our entertainers are going to be coming on Wednesdays at 10 a.m. Next slide. We're going to continue with 2 story times throughout the summer, both of them on Thursday. The first one is Books and Babies All Together Now, and that will be birth to 24 months. Miss Sherry does a magnificent job with this group. It's a lap sit program with rhymes and singing and puppets and lots and lots of fun. So that's a great program. It will be every Thursday morning at 10 a.m. Next slide. Same thing on Thursday, except at night. This will be at 6 o'clock. It's a family story time all together now. Danny has taken over our nighttime program. It's a high energy nighttime program. You know, it used to be jammies and stories with Miss Janice, and now it's like rock and roll and roar. with Mr. Danny, but the families love it. It's a good time for all ages to come out. Next slide. Okay, so that's just a glimpse at our first week. If you will notice, I've put on the table for you our handout, and I'll leave some up front. We have 3 full pages of activities for ages 0 all the way up to 99. So we would like for you to join us on Saturday at 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. Come dressed for the heat. We'll be doing some activities outside and some inside. And our picnic with the hot dogs will be inside. We will do that in the meeting room. We will have tables set up for the parents, and then we'll have quilts on the floor for the children and a movie going. So it will be a fun time. And I forgot to say, Miss Lorna would like for all the children to decorate their own cookie for the dessert. So lots of fun stuff. Any questions?
Sounds like an awful lot of fun over there.
It should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Donna. Then we'll have departmental reports. Moving on to old business, first reading ordinance 2023-10, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14, parcel 23.2, consisting of approximately 5 acres located at 252 Hollandale Road, from an R1 low-density residential zoning district to an R2 medium-density residential zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28th, 2023. A public hearing will be held Tuesday evening for this. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to second reading, ordinance 2023-11, an ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. A public hearing will be held on Tuesday, June 6th for this item. Does anyone have any questions? Second reading, ordinance 2023-12, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. And this is just the general fund. It's additional cost for 3 items, about $45,000. Does anyone have any questions? Second reading, ordinance 2023-13, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 stormwater fund budget. And this is for the architectural and engineering design services for the new Public Works and Community Development Services facility. This is $220,000. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have the consent agenda. We've got first, approve or reject city bids and purchases. The first one is to ratify an emergency purchase of replacement pumps and an external bypass pump for the interstate sewer pump station. This is a unique one. Total cost of it for the emergency purchase was $26,059.11. This was the interstate sewer pump, and basically we had issues with both pumps, and so we had to order in some emergency parts. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have approved the renewal of the property and crime liability and workers' compensation insurance package for the fiscal year 2023-2024 with Public Entity Partners. And this is our annual renewal with them, and we just got all of the rates in today. Is that not right, Bruce?
Yes, sir, this afternoon.
So you should see all of that right in front of you. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have approved change order number 3 of the Industrial Boulevard Sewer Project. This is change order is $6,550, and this is in regards to the project Isengard is working on over by BJ's Wholesale. Does anyone have any questions? D, approve supplement number 2 to the railroad agreement with TDOT for for the Stones River Road railroad crossing improvements. And this is basically just amending that, the materials costs. It's the increase for that. So the original contract amount was $112,592. So our portion didn't change the contract, but the state's did increase. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have ratified the approval of a grant contract with the State of Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation for 3 non-collaborative drinking water projects for the Water Infrastructure Investment Plan using the State of Tennessee American Rescue Plan fiscal recovery funds. And so this is just ratifying this grant contract. Does anyone have any questions? Total grant amount is $3,494,124.73. The city's portion of that is just over $1 million. Any questions? Next, we have approved change order number 1, Johnson & Bailey Architects. This is for the new fire station 41. This is the type of change order we love to see,
No doubt.
because it is a reduction of $107,416.28. Does anyone have any questions? Ronnie, if you can keep bringing us those, we'd appreciate it.
We'll work on it.
Next up, we have the approved annual contract with TDOT for the maintenance of Murfreesboro Road. Again, this is our annual contract with them. The city will receive from this, the maximum we can receive is $29,564.46. And this is typically mowing, trash pickup, that sort of thing along Murfreesboro Road. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on, new business, first reading ordinance. An ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 17E, Group B, parcel 22, consisting of approximately 1.16 acres located at 392 Old Nashville Highway, from an R1 low-density residential zoning district to a C3 neighborhood service business district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on April 25th, 2023. And again, this will have a public hearing Tuesday night. Does anyone have any questions about this? Okay, moving on to first reading ordinance 2023-15, an ordinance to amend the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the order of business and public comment periods at meetings. This is to, basically the state of Tennessee passed a new law about public comment periods before meetings, and that's not just looking at city council meetings, that's looking at like stormwater, at planning commission meetings, and so this is essentially updating our municipal code to reflect that change. Does anyone have questions?
It's got nothing to do with the 3 minutes and all of that.
No, this isn't changing the 3-minute rules. It's just
Correct. There are still the same restrictions we have in place now for the citizens forum. This just puts it inside the meeting instead of a separate session for the citizens forum. It puts a public comment period in the actual meeting.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Next item, Resolution 2023-13, a resolution of the City of LaVergne to appropriate funds to nonprofit organizations for the fiscal year 2023-2024 fiscal year. This is tied to the budget, and this is just the appropriations for the nonprofits as listed in the budget. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we've got Resolution 2023-14, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. I'm going to ask our HR director, Mr. Andrew Patton, to come up and go through that with the board since we all just received these.
Good evening, board. I want to have my objection noted that I'm following Miss Donna at the library in her presentation. Nobody should have to follow Miss Donna with her letter people. I think the new handbook should be narrated and artwork done by your team as well. So,
If you'd like to use puppets, there's some right behind you.
I'm told there's lots of puppets around. They may come out, who knows? I want to remind my colleagues that this is a public meeting and to keep the letters appropriate. So we did a major handbook revision last year. Throughout that time, as we've needed to make some edits, we have done that. Our last edit to the handbook was last November. So what is in front of you tonight is our changes to the November approved edit. There are 24 changes that we're recommending. I'm happy to walk through each of those if you'd like, or answer specific questions about ones that you might have in front of you. I do know that you all received it at the time of the meeting. Would you like me to walk individually through them?
Please.
Okay. The first is just a title change. We're changing my title in the handbook from Human Resource Director to Director of Human Resources. That's just throughout the book. As it relates to employees, there's a section 3.2C is the referral bonus. Now, we started that last year. You all approved that. A number of our employees have taken advantage of that. This is where if they refer somebody for a job, they get hired, and they stay through the period. That employee who referred them gets a $100 bonus. We are clarifying this to state that only one referral bonus will be paid. We've had numerous occasions where an applicant has listed multiple employees. So we needed to, which is fantastic that everybody's talking about that role, but we needed to clarify that it just is one referral bonus per job. And so when there's multiple people listed, we'll reach out to the candidate and ask them who was the first employee that referred you to the job. And then we'll assign the referral bonus to that person. Number 3 is section 3.4C. This is on personal relationships. This change is to remove the obligation of the employer to disclose of that relationship. It previously was that they could share that with their supervisor, manager, city administrator, or the HR department. It's now going to be only the HR department in writing so that we have that. Also, there is a line that has been added to the end of that paragraph that says, failure to do so could result in disciplinary action up and including to termination of employment.
Is that for new hires or existing?
All employees.
All employees.
All employees. Number 4 is section 4.7. It's a change to the probation period. I've had lots of discussions with the police chief and the fire chief about a discrepancy in our handbook. All of our city employees have a 90-day probation period. At day 91, they are eligible to participate in our retirement plan, and also they're eligible to use their vacation time and PTO and some things that are accrued but held until those 90 days. The problem with that is in the public safety divisions, their academies, their recruit training is much longer than 90 days. And so often a new police officer or a new firefighter would reach the day 91 for the city and still have many weeks to go in their training. So you'll see it there under number 4. It outlines that police and fire will have a 12-month probationary period. The city incentives will still be in place, so that employee will still be able to participate in retirement on day 91. They'll still be able to use their vacation and their PTO, except their probationary period for initial employment in police and fire will be a 12-month period. Number 5 is section 5.2. This is in regards to resignations, and the one change that we're proposing there is that we're going to remove the word sick, meaning that once you resign from your role, currently under the handbook, you're not permitted to use any time off during the time that you have left. What I think is most fair to employees is they can't necessarily always control if they get sick, and we don't want them to be at work when they're sick. So removing that allows them to use sick time for appropriate reasons during that resignation period. Number 6 is section 5.4 on retirement. This section spoke about the length of time that HR would need to process a retirement, and we're removing the 90 days and making it 60 days. Number 7 is a request for pay reclassification. This is a small change. We're eliminating in that particular paragraph the wordings related to he and she and saying they, and his and her is simply there. It's just a small change for that particular section. Number 8 is section 7.5. This is on pay rates for changes in status. So this is a practice that the city has been doing long before I got here, in my time here, which is when an employee promotes to an internal job that's at a higher grade, we have been giving them a minimum 6% increase in their pay. We just never had that documented. So we're adding that language to section 7.5 now so that it's formalized, so everybody receives that minimum. Number 9 is section 8.1. This is on the employee evaluation system. There's a change to that paragraph that simply we're adding the words "and assistant city administrator will perform an annual performance evaluation." Why that distinction? The previous paragraph stated that the city administrator did all of the evaluations for department heads. The reality is city administrator has department heads that report to him, and the assistant city administrator has department heads that report to him. So we wanted that clarification just so that when there was responsibility to be had, it was appropriately stated in the handbook. Number 10 is section 8.2. This is on hours of work. We are adding the TCA state law that mandates that any non-exempt employee who works greater than 6 hours is required to have a 30-minute lunch break or uninterrupted time off. And we needed to add that. We've had some concerns arise in our city on that, so we added the TCA so we were compliant with the state law. Section number 11 is section 8.5. This category is on workplace safety. As the Director of Human Resources, I'm also the safety manager for the city, and so we're just adding language that allows me to do those roles or my designee. So presently, Leah Presley in my office handles the safety committee and the month-to-month safety operations. Number 12 is section 8.7. This is on personal appearance. There's 2 changes to this section. One is that we have altered or proposing an alter to the language that would allow the uniform to consist of safety boots or safety shoes. So in some conversations, particularly in our public works department, some of those roles can be accomplished with safety shoes, like safety tennis shoes, and not necessarily safety boots. The important factor there is the hard toe area that would be protected for a fall or being run over by something. So they make those in boots and shoes now, so we simply are formalizing that in the handbook that allows them to have that alteration to their uniform plan. And then section 8.7 is also a practice that's been in place but hasn't been formalized, and that is that the city administrator has authorized each Friday or the last day of the work week to be a casual dress day. So this past year we've had a number of questions when we've had holidays. Employees will say, there's a holiday this week, and so our last day is Thursday. Can we wear casual clothes or not? So just to eliminate all the back and forth questions, we're just, again, formalizing that under section 8.7.
Andrew, just
yes,
to
sir.
back up to,
Yeah.
to the safety, does the city going to buy those safety shoes for the employees?
So it's my understanding, and I'll defer to both finance and Michael Dietz, but my understanding is there is an allotment of money that's provided for safety boots. My recommendation would be is that the allotment of money would stay the same. They could either apply it to boots or shoes, or if they find something that's affordable, boots and shoes, but they'll have the same amount of money.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Number 13 is section 10.2. This is on leave records. And there's a change happening, right? You all approved an HRIS system, which we're really, really looking forward to launching, and the implementation process is intense, but going very well. Part of that change is that the payroll clerk is going to be an HRIS administrator and payroll employee. And so section 10.2 simply relates to the written documentation that employees bring in related to time off. That's been turned into finance in the past. We want that turned into HR, and that will be formalized in this paragraph. And number 14 is section 10.3 on vacation leave. And this particular change relates to employees who are on administrative leave. They will no longer accrue vacation time. Let me make sure you understand the variance there. This is not paid administrative leave. This would be cases of unpaid administrative leave or short-term disability or long-term disability. In those two cases, they're receiving compensation from our insurance vendor who handles those disability payments. To accrue vacation time, you really need to be in a paid working status. And when you're on unpaid leave or on disability, you're technically not in a paid working status. Any other questions on that one? I know it could be complicated. Number 15 is 10.3B. This is changing and adding a vacation requirement that the employee needs to request a vacation day off at least 24 hours in advance. This helps us on a couple of fronts. Number one, our leaders can plan staffing better when they know someone's going to be taking vacation. Typically, but not always, employees don't take vacation in a single day unless it's tied to a weekend. They'll take it in multiple days. But one of the things we wanted to avoid is that, as a city, we have various time banks that people can use, and they're quite generous, right? So they can use their comp time, they can use their PTO. Vacation should be a planned use. And one thing we want to help control for a staffing perspective is that instant use. Like, don't want to come into work today, so I'm just going to put in a vacation day. And so we're asking for a 24-hour notice to use vacation time. Employees can still use their comp time immediately. They can still use their PTO immediately as approved by their directors. Number 16 is section 10.3D. There's just a small tweak to this section, which is changing wording from 2 weeks to 14 calendar days, and changes the waiver of notice only to the city administrator. Again, that particular paragraph had multiple people that could approve that, and then just for consistency of application, having that be the city administrator approving those waivers. Number 17 is section 10.4. This is on sick leave, and 17 and 18 kind of go together. So in 17, we're changing and clarifying, removing language related to bereavement pay and putting it in the bereavement section, which you'll see at number 18. There we are adding language from section 10.4 related to extended family. So I want to talk about this one just for a second. I've had a number of employees this year ask about, do I get days off when my aunt or my uncle, my niece or my nephew die? Well, in our handbook, our bereavement, the primary paragraph is tied to our definition of immediate family. And in our handbook, our definition does not include aunts and uncles, nieces and nephews. However, kind of deeper in the handbook, and this is where we're making the change, there is language related to extended family, specifically aunts, uncles, current aunts and uncles, and current nieces and nephews. And this will give employees 1 day off of bereavement pay, whereas immediate family is 3 days off. So we're kind of combining some sections that were in different parts into the bereavement category. Hopefully employees, that will be easier for them. They're looking in one spot and seeing immediate and the extended definitions. Number 19 is 10.15. This is on court leave. This request came to me specifically from a number of police officers, and so we're clarifying that employees will not be requested or required to use vacation, PTO, or comp time to cover shifts during city-involved court cases. So, simple thought, right? In your job, you're being subpoenaed to go to court. If you have to flex or adjust your schedule because you're working shift work to show up to court at 8 a.m., you shouldn't be charged time to flex your schedule. We should just flex or cover that because that's a service to the city. So we're changing our court leave policy to reflect that. Number 20 is section 11.6 on payroll deductions. Again, this is a small change that we're asking employees to turn in any deduction-related information directly to HR, and we will store those in the personnel files as opposed to the payroll clerk. Number 21 is section 13.2. This is on disciplinary guidelines. There's a paragraph in our current handbook that talks about suspensions, and we're removing language from this paragraph that says suspension should be for 1 to 3 working days. The reason for that is that every case should follow the matrix of progressive feedback, and not every case is going to fall in a 1 to 3 day window. And so we wanted to remove that so we weren't locked into that. Also, we're removing language that any employee receiving a suspension is going to be placed on a 6-month work review status program. Quite honestly, we just simply don't do that. And so it's in the handbook now. When an employee receives a suspension, they serve that suspension, they come back to work, they're not placed in a performance review plan. And so we're just removing that as a practice that we just simply don't do. Number 22 and 23 are on our drug testing programs. I'll let you, it's fairly lengthy, but I'll summarize it for you. Section 15.2A is adding the word safety-sensitive positions. This is specifically related to municipality drug testing in the state of Tennessee, which can only be done for safety-sensitive positions and not the general employee population base. And then 15.2C, we have rewritten numbers 4 and 5, specifically spelling out that our drug testing is done not by us, but by a third-party company who handles the random pulling of which employees are tested. They handle the process of the testing, all of the results, and the verification. We simply hire them to do that. We don't do that work ourselves. And number 24 is section 15.3 on what substances are tested and how they are tested. And the change of this section is simply a reformat, adding the subsections of what items we actually test for in our random drug tests. So I'm sure the room is thrilled with that long explanation, but there's some really important things that I think in there help our employees and some things that help our leaders as well as we lead people every day. Any questions on any of those things?
Thank you, Andrew.
You're welcome.
Number 13, motion to award the bid for the construction of the Public Works and Community Development Services facility. I'm going to ask Kyle Brown and Evan, if the two of y'all can kind of take this. We've got, I know, a lot moving with it, so if y'all could kind of brief the board.
Basically, the board awarded the bid to Austin Construction Company. We have been trying to, for a while now, enter into a contract with that, or with them. They've was participating in everything, so everything was going good. It's just that there was a few things that we could not get worked out. In all, after we went through the negotiations, we could never enter into a contract that was agreeable to both parties. So since we could not get that worked out, our recommendation is to go with the next bidder, which is Barron Construction. And I will say that we have had talks with them, and they are willing to sign the contract as is. So everything seems to be fine with them on that front, unless something's changed in the last few days, but I don't think so. I believe they're ready to go.
And I just don't want that coming back to bite us. You've had any dealings with Barron Construction? They good company.
I feel like they are. I've not had any, dealings with them. We've not had a lot of building projects, here in the city. So some of these contractors that are, doing mainly buildings, we've not had a lot of dealings with. But I know that the architect that we hired to do the plans has done a lot of work with them and spoke highly of them and has not had any issues with them, and was really excited that, that they bid again and potentially could be awarded. So I don't foresee a problem, but you never know.
And all the legality stuff, Evan, is good?
Squared away.
And Evan, it is still considered a valid bid?
Yes, sir, it is.
Any other questions? Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First up, we've got the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We have been notified that one member, Samantha Gee Rourke, has moved out of state to Kentucky. We've tried reaching out to her. She's not responded. In order to begin advertising an opening on this committee, she must first be removed. Once removed, then we can start advertising this position. We have had one resident come in and apply for it on her own, and that information's in your packet, Laura Ward. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we've got the Greenway Advisory Committee. We've got 2 terms expiring. Both members do want to remain on the committee. That's Laura Davidson and Mary Jane Skinner. This is being advertised, but we have not received any applications so far. Next, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. We've had 1 term open where Chuck Isbell had resigned. It's been advertised, and if we don't receive any applications by Tuesday's meeting, we will remove this from the agenda. Next, we have the LaVergne Industrial Development Board. We've got 1 term vacant. Brent Turner has moved out of the city. We have 1 applicant, Graham Coates, and we have to start advertising that on Channel 3 and social media. Next, we have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We've got 2 terms up. We've got Felicia Anderson and Rick Autry. Rick Autry does want to remain on this board, but Felicia Anderson does not. So we've been advertising these positions and not had any other applicants. Next, we have the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms vacant. We've been advertising this on Channel 3 and social media. If we do not have applicants by Tuesday, that will be removed from the agenda. And then just an FYI for next month, for the Economic Development Advisory Committee, we have 3 terms that expire at the end of June. That is Graham Coates, Nathaniel Holzman, and Daniel Pack. We will reach out to all of them to confirm if they would like to remain on this committee, and we'll also start advertising that on social media and on Channel 3. But this will not be on the agenda for Tuesday night. With that, we've got Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I want to remind everybody this warm weather is here. Make sure you check on the elderly. Make sure your pets have ample shade and fresh water.
Thank you, sir. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm very excited to see you on Saturday, Donna. Me and my family are going to come out. Just please attend the library event. They put a lot of hard work into that, and it's always, anytime with Donna is a great time. So, and we had a pretty tragic weekend out on the lake, so I just want to encourage everybody, some boat safety reminders. Please wear your life jackets, stay hydrated, and be safe out there.
Alderwoman Haas.
Just to add on to the staying hydrated, people are out mowing their yards and doing yard work and stuff, so remember, drink water while you're out doing your own personal things.
Vice Mayor, no.
I had the pleasure of taking a short tour of BJ's yesterday. Got my card, so founding member card, whatever that means. So I'm excited about that. That's going to be good for the city. So if you plan on joining, I would highly suggest you go up there before the grand opening, because I got a feeling it's going to be jam-packed.
Yes, sir.
Do we know the date of that grand opening?
That's what I was just about to get to.
Sorry.
No, you can tell it. Thank you. I'm done.
Well, first off, Ms. Donna, we will be there as well. So definitely look forward to another fun year for summer reading. And I want to thank HR for all the revisions. There's a lot of work, and I know there's a lot we've put on you since you've come in, Andrew, you and your team. So thank you and your team for all the hard work. BJ's, we will be opening up, or we have the ribbon cutting for BJ's Wholesale on Tuesday, the 13th, that afternoon. And so staff will be reaching out to the board with what time and where to be. It will be the ribbon cutting, a tour, and then on the 14th, it will be open to the general public as normal. So I believe their gas pumps opened up today. So if you need gas, you can go through them to get gas. So that's just another big success for our economic team. We all just got back from the ICSC Recon Convention, had a lot of meetings with a lot of potential business to come into the city, and things look optimistic. People weren't asking, as they have in the past, of LaVergne, where's LaVergne? What part of Tennessee is that? They know LaVergne, they know where it's at, and we're able to build from there. So the future looks bright. With that, call this meeting adjourned.
Bye.